Hi, welcome to Manor Park's April sale. In fact, I'm recording this on April Fool's Day, but I promise you, there'll be no joking, there'll be no pranking, because by the time you see this, I mean, do we go with that theory that you can only do it up to noon anyway? We don't, do we? Does anybody do that anymore? I don't think so. We've got a lot of bikes in this sale, so I'm going to crack on. And what a way to start with this, as so many people did start in motorcycling, a 1975 Yamaha FS1E. Now, the FS1E was built as a 5-speed bike and was called the FS1. This is a rare example, very rare example, of a bike actually sprouting fewer gears as it goes along rather than more. It's usually the other way, isn't it? Something's a 3-speed, it goes to a 4, it's a 5-speed, it goes to a 6. This is a 4-speed FS1E, drum brakes front and rear, kickstart, a very original example. Look at it, it looks like a brand new bike. If that was in the showroom back in 1975, which is 50 years ago, wow, half a century old, this example of the FS1E. Powerful nostalgia at work here, and that's reflected in the estimate of £4,500 to £5,000, the 1975 Fizzy. If you don't like that sort of burnt orange colour, how about a bit of two-tone here? This isn't a Fizzy, obviously, it's from a bit earlier, when two-tone was kind of more in. 1971 Yamaha CS5E, an American import. Have we got the side markers? Yeah, we've got the orange side markers, giving us a clue it's an American import. It's got new throttle bodies, carb intake rubbers have been replaced, new mirrors, headstock bearings have been replaced, 2 brand new Dunlop tyres, new points and condenser, a new chain, a chrome Craven carrier fitted on the rear here, period correct. The oil pump's been calibrated and serviced, the crank seals have been replaced. This is a big time, full-on restoration on this bike. And again, it's reflected, well, I don't think it's reflected that strongly in the selling price. We've got a Kickstarter there, of course, as well on this machine. The estimate is £4,000 to £4,500 on the 71 Yamaha CS5E, American import, that one. Right, this one, 1991 Suzuki RGV 250. Low mileage, only 2 owners from new. Let's have a look at the mileage on this one. 2,294. Wow, that is low mileage from a bike which is now 34 years old. Wow. Of course, it's a 249cc, 2-stroke twin, 6-speed manual. Again, a Kickstarter. Everything's had a Kickstarter. I love a Kickstarter on a bike, don't you? Yeah. The estimate on this one, which is in absolutely fantastic order, well, it would be such low mileage, 2,294 miles in 30 odd years. The estimate is £7,500 to £8,000. 1991 Suzuki RGV 250. The race bike, very much a race bike as well. One of the iconic race bikes, not just of its era, but of any era, the Yamaha TZ250. Let me run you through the spec on this one. Mileage, obviously not important. In fact, I don't think on a bike like this it even records the miles, does it? No, it doesn't. It's just got a big rev counter and I would imagine a temperature gauge there for the liquid-cooled motor. So it's got engine upgrades, Harris Hummel cylinders, John Lomas pipes, Dimag magnesium wheels. It's been a winner at Cadwell Park. 2-stroke water-cooled parallel twin, 250. This thing's got, we reckon here, really? 90 horsepower? 90? Oof. Between 80 and 90, it says here. A proper race-winning machine. Front telescopic forks, 6-speed gearbox, obviously a tubular steel frame, rear cantilever suspension, double disc brakes. Well, that's one on the front and one on the back, I would imagine, not 2 on the front. Yeah. Double disc brakes. Obviously, specifications vary on race bikes, particularly sort of clubman bikes like this, when they get to be of a certain age, you find out that down the years, it's been a case of make, do, amend, keep it racing, keep it on the track. This is a very good bike in great order, and the estimate is £7,500 to £8,000. 1982 Yamaha TZ 250. It says 2,500 here, but I don't think so. Look at this. The Kawasaki AR125, a two-stroke learner bike from back in the day when you were restricted to a 125 before you went up to a 250. 1983. Good Lord. 40-odd years ago. Single cylinder, 6-speed. The colour was changed on this one in 2003. And it's got, as you would imagine, and they all did at the time, those, like one of those little dogs, like a Jack Russell or a Chihuahua, making a ton more noise than it really ought to, bearing in mind its size. Same thing here. We've got the Micron exhaust, which you just had to have, didn't you? You had to have the matching paddock jacket, and you had to have the Micron exhaust back in 1983. What's the mileage on this? 9,000, just under 10,000 miles. It's not a lot, is it? It's in great order. And the estimate is only 1,200 to 1,700 quid on that one. The 1983 Yamaha, what we're talking about. I'm looking at the next one. The Kawasaki AR125. Moving on to the Yamaha. An RD80. I've talked about 80s before. Really, this was a hangover from European racing classes when, even in Grand Prix, they would have had, as we know, they would have had 125s, 250s, 500s, but also 350s and 80s, which weren't nearly as common here in the UK. Doesn't mean it's not a good bike. It's in rideable order. It's not great. It could do the cleaning up. There's work to be done here in the shed or the garage or the lockup, or if you're like me, a man who lives on his own, the living room on this bike. 1981 Yamaha RD80, a great little bike, two-stroke single cylinder. It is low miles. Again, low miles. Look at that. Just over 5,000 miles since 1981. It's not a lot, is it? It's not a lot. You could do some more on this bike. The estimate is £1,500 to £2,000. Next to it, let me just shimmy round here. Was a bit of a shimmy, that one, it round the pillar. I said pillar. 1989 Suzuki RGV, another RGV 250. No reserve on this one. Hey, those are our favourite two words, no reserve. This bike will be sold at our sale this Friday here at Manor Park in Leafy, Cheshire. 250 V-twin, restored in 2020. One new barrel and piston, otherwise it was absolutely fine. These are the original panels on this machine. This was the first RGV 250 production motorcycle available in Japan in 1988. This one is an 89. The model was available from 88. Like I said, this one's an 89. 16,000, just over 16,000 miles on this one. It is a no reserve bargain. Wavy discs on the front, look at that. It's been sexed up. And next to it, its competitor from those heady times with Kips, Kawasaki integrated power valve system. I'm not sure why the V didn't get in there. Well, it wouldn't make a word then, would it? It makes Kips if you leave the V out, but it means Kawasaki integrated power valve. They've hyphenated it cleverly there so that it Kips. It is a UK bike. It's HPI clear. We've got the MOTs, runs and rides brilliantly. It says here and starts easily. Again, a Kickstarter. We're Kickstarter crazy here in our April sale at Manor Park. Good tyres. The seat has been recovered. Yeah, this front bit has. That looks original. Recent chain and sprockets. It's a good rideable machine in great order. It's not Concours. You're not going to win any prizes except in the Smile Stakes. That's where you're going to win, because you're going to be riding this thing along with a big grin on your face. because the estimate is £4,500 to £5,000 for one of the classic bikes, the Kawasaki KR1, restored. It's a Yamaha. We've got a lot of these 250s, and they're a lot of fun. Obviously, you can buy a bigger bike. You can buy it from us, a 600 or a litre bike, or more, even more, with like 100 horsepower plus. But these things are a lot of fun and more affordable, obviously. This is the Yamaha TZR 250, no reserve, no reserve on this stunning example of the TZR 250. It's an early one, registered in 1997. It had a light restoration 3 years ago and has been in a private collection since. I would imagine that's reflected in the mileage. Oh, actually, it's done quite a few. It's done nearly 30,000 miles, this one. But that's why it's had to be restored, or that's why it's been restored. Like we say, a light restoration. There is no reserve on this bike, on the TZR, Yamaha TZR 250, an early one, parallel twin, obviously a two-stroke, no reserve on the 91 TZR. Another 80. This time a Honda. The other one was Yamaha. If you like your 80s Honda, NSR 80 here. Supplied by collector. Right, we've got a collection here in this April sale here at Manor Park. Over 80 bikes have come in from one person. They're mainly Japanese bikes, Japanese super sports bikes of this era. Some of them are the predictable ones, and some of the ones that you will simply never see anywhere else. If you go to Box Hill, Devil's Bridge, you go to Matlock Bath, you go up to Kirby Lonsdale or over to Southport by the Carousel, you will not see another one. If you like that, if you like the idea of being the only person that's on one of these, then why not buy one? Why not buy this? Two-stroke motor, no advisories on the last MOT. It's an original bike, original UK bike. It runs and rides well. We've got the V5, good tyres, dry stored for a long time. It was improved. I like this. It was improved rather than restored. It's an import. We've got the stickers there on the clock, and that is legal because that was done back in the day. It's not, I don't think you can do that now. You're not allowed to do that now, but this one was imported back in 2008, so that's okay. The estimate, only £1,000 to £1,500 on the 1990s, it says here, because we're not sure what year's on the plate. It's on an S-Reg. 1990s NSR 80, a proper, sophisticated, ring-a-ding-ding bit of Honda technology there from the 90s. Let's move over here. Where would you see one of these? Well done, Fraser. Got good balance, this lad. It's handy with a cameraman who, the ability to walk backwards and to almost fall over, but then recover. It's all right for me. I get to walk forwards and do a bit of a shimmy. I said, when I came in, is that a Honda Shadow? I was informed by the people who know, no, it's not a Honda Shadow. It's like a Honda Shadow. It's very like it. But it's not quite a custom bike. It's got sport wheels. Look at the rake on those forks. Buckhorn handlebars, sort of a custom seat, and obviously an imitation of a Harley Davidson with this teardrop air filter. If that even is the air filter, it probably is. It's not a fuel tank. They'd always have things on these that look like things that they were supposed to be, and then they turn out not to be. It's a very clean machine. Again, it's an import. We've got a KM clock with a sticker on here. 2011. It's a VT 750S. So it's kind of a hybrid, naked, hybrid cruiser / custom. 750 V-twin, 4-stroke, 5-speed manual and chain drive. Recent MOT, full running order. Digitalis there. So yeah, it's a roadster. That's it, a roadster. So it's not a naked, and it's not a cruiser. It's a roadster. It's halfway between the two. So loads of chrome, sport wheels, but chain drive. The controls are reasonably forward, but maybe not as forward as they would be on a cruiser. I actually had one of these. I had the 1100 for about 6 months, and it was a very effective motorcycle. I enjoyed riding it. Didn't exactly set my trousers on fire, but a good bike and in great condition. The estimate is £3,250 to £3,750. It looks like a big bike, doesn't it? And it is physically large, but it's only a 400. A pocket rocket, as it said here. Classic Eddie Lawson colour scheme on this mean green Kawasaki ZRX 400, imported in 2012. It's a 99 bike. Wow, I wouldn't have thought it was that old. It's in great condition. Imported in 2012. It's done 8,500 kilometres. MOT till this August. No advisories on the last MOT. A very tidy bike. The lads say it sounds brilliant. Well, it would with that Akrapovic pipe on the back. Look at that. Look at the diameter of that. Everything on this bike is big. You've got all-in suspension, the optional and more expensive all-in suspension on the back. It is in very good order. I would imagine we've got it on the front as well. Yeah, it looks like a great big lump of a bike, doesn't it? A big muscle bike. But it's not. It's the 400, but they go very well, these bikes. Mainly original, recently serviced. 4,000 to 4,500 is the estimate on this one. The Kawasaki ZRX 400 with a very sort of easy to ride stance. Big bike looks, plenty of performance, but without the big bike engine, just a 400. And nothing wrong with that. Now, this is a piece of kit, isn't it? Look at this, wow. 2021 Ducati Street Fighter V4S, loaded, exclamation mark, just to remind me that this is not a standard motorcycle. And the more you look round it, the more you see how much money. Look at these winglets here, two either side. You like the what's it, aren't it? Baron von Richthofen. With your biplane, with your winglets on here. Looks great, doesn't it? 1100, never mind 1,000, 1103cc V4 motor. It's got 6 service stamps in the paperwork. Last serviced January this year. We've got the book pack, the owner's books. There are 2 keys with this one. It's loaded with extras. Let me give you some idea of what this bike's got. New front brake pumps, self-purging clutch, both fitted to the £66,000 Super Leggera V4 on this bike. It's got a BHP, full exhaust system, LED sequential indicators, heated grips, this fantastic fuel cap, which has got a mount there, I would imagine, for your phone or well, you won't need it because you've got the TFT there. It's got engine guards, bobbins, a Eurotech tail tidy, and a sump protector. The reason we're banging on about the upgrades is because if you had to go out and buy them, you're looking at about £5,000 to £6,000 just for the upgrades that you've got on this bike, which look, this Street Fighter V4S, which looks, and I'm saying it again, like a brand new bike. It's not. It's from 2021, so it's 4 years old, but fully serviced. All the tasteful, expensive upgrades that you want on a bike like that, and yours potentially in this, our April sale here at Manor Park Classics. £14,000 to £16,000. That is some bike. Moving on to something a bit more affordable. The Bandit, the good old Bandit. Was the 600 better than the 1200? No. But the 1200 was more expensive, obviously. But the 600 was still a cracking bike. So many people, this was the first big bike in this era. After they took the test, a Bandit 600, and it's a do-anything motorcycle. It'll take you to work, it'll take you up to somewhere nice where you can have a cup of tea and a scone with the lady missus at the weekend. It was like the Escort XR3, and I mean this in a good way, of motorcycles. Good looking, sporty, but sensible, reliable, durable, and affordable. And this one's certainly affordable. 600cc, 4-cylinder bike. It's, blimey, what? Unregistered and unused. Right. New old stock. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Something I haven't been warned about. I thought, this is in good nick. Guess why? It's never been ridden. Not since 1998. It's a brand new bike. Literally, I said that one looks like a brand new bike. This is a brand new bike from 1998. New old stock, unregistered and unused. VAT and import duty have been paid on it. We've got a dating letter, 2 keys. A main stand has been added to this one, even though it's on the side stand. For some reason, it's literally a brand new 600 Bandit from 1998 with 1 mile. Yeah, 1 mile from being pushed around. Find another one. Find another brand. Does it say 1, Fraser? Something like that. Yeah, 1 mile. Find another one brand new like this, never been used. You wouldn't. Estimate, only £3,500 to £4,000. You'll never see another like that. I just thought, wow, this one's in really... Hold on a minute. It's a brand new motorbike from 30 odd years ago. Wow. Ducati Monster 696. Not quite as impressive as the V4 Street Fighter S there, but that will be reflected in the price. Maybe you don't need what that bike's got. Maybe this is what you need. Something more affordable, but still a good-looking machine. Rosso Corsa, it's got the magic word there on the side. The Monster, been around now since what? Early 90s? One of the most important bikes of the last 50 years. It certainly saved Ducati's bacon. This one is a 700cc V-twin 4-stroke 6-speed manual. It's got GRP exhaust. Look at them, they're saucy. And modern looking. It's got not like big old mad... I had one of these. Not quite as young as this one. From a bit earlier. And it had the Termigonis, but they look like waste paper baskets in a way. They were so big. These look much more contemporary. Nice upgrades on this bike. Got a brace here on the bars. There's a few cosmetics, adjustable levers, the brake cylinder, the brake reservoir there, the clutch reservoir. Some nice cosmetic upgrades and some performance upgrades. The estimate on this one, 2008. Blimey, is it 2008, this bike? You might get it on Classic. They might, if you speak nicely to them, they might let you have it on a Classic policy at 2008. Very clean and tidy, great history on it. Lots of history on this one. And the estimate, yeah, that one, 15,000. This one, you might nick it for £3,000. That's the low estimate. The high one is 3,500. Wow, what a difference. And yeah, that one is an amazing piece of technology. And this is more humble in many respects, but it's still a red Ducati and it sounds great. And it might be just the thing you're looking for. The 2008 Ducati Monster 696, 6-speed manual, GRP exhaust, nice upgrades, £3,000 to £3,500. I think that's a bargain so far. Right, where are we going now? We're going to here. I had one of these in the shed. I had all sorts of grand plans. I just rode it round the lanes, really. It was road registered, as is this one. So what year is this? A W plate, 1981. I remember these as having a high saddle. It might just be me. Well, it's quite high, I suppose. The SP400 Road and Trail Classic. Road and Trail, not trials. It's not a trials bike. Look at it. It's a trail bike. It's an import, obviously. We've got the orange markers on the side. Brown clock faces. We had green clock faces in this era. We've got brown clock faces. Try saying that twice quick. Should have put my teeth in, Fraser. 396 single cylinder, a really nice example. It says here it's a UK bike. Hold on a minute, it's got the side markers. Is it a UK bike? If it says on here, if the lads have put down it's a UK bike, then it must be a UK bike. part of a very large collection gathered over many years, dry stored in a private building and transported to us by the owner in person. This bike has been loved. What mileage has it done? 21,000, just over 21,000 miles. That is miles. Here is that kilometres. That is miles. Yeah. UK bike. Not, as I said, an import. It's a UK bike. And the estimate on that one, good looking machine that, isn't it? Look at it. With a high level pipe here, twin shocks. Kickstarter, it's the theme of the day. Four to £4,500. £1981 Suzuki SP400. Now, when we say classic, and I've said this before, we use it too much, that word. Some bikes are just old. Some bikes are classic, like the Yamaha XT500. UK bike, again, matching numbers, a superb example of a classic motorcycle. From the same gentleman that's entered that Suzuki 400, this is a 1979 bike. This was much admired and much copied by the other manufacturers in its day. It's got a plate on it there, on a V-reg. Nice reg, MGO 3 and 3 there on the back. Good looking machine. And that, the legend XT500. So much, Yamaha built so much of their success with bikes like this off the back of this bike, the XT500. This one's 6,000 to £6,500 is the estimate on the day. The auction is this Friday. If you're watching this preview, when will this preview go out, Fraser? Will it be out tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah, so you'll have a couple of days, and we'll be here on Friday. As I always say, if you can get down here, it's so much better than if you're doing it online. But please don't think that you shouldn't do it online. You might be in literally Timbuktu or Birmingham. But if you can get here, get here. It's a great day. The place is absolutely rammed full of bikes. Great atmosphere in the room, and you can have a proper dig round and a proper look at the bike before you spend your money. Looks great, doesn't it? What a bike, the XT500. Right, that one's not on my list. Perhaps for our next sale. Some of the bikes here have arrived too late for this sale. The bike side of what we're doing here at Manor Park has grown in leaps and bounds in the last 9 months or so. I can't think why. It just has, and it's great. But some bikes, if you see it, oh, what about that one? It'll be in the next sale. This is in our sale. It's a 1980s, which means, has it got a plate on it? No. 1980s Honda TLR 200. It's an American import. A lovely example. We've got the Nova paperwork. It's unregistered. It was never used on the road. Yeah, it was. No, well, I don't know. 9,460 miles. They're kilometres. It's a Japanese import. Yeah, so it could have been used on the road there, but we've got all the paperwork you need if you wanted to register it on the road here. This came for us from the same collection. This bloke had a thing for these 70s and 80s road and trail bikes. And that one, the estimate is like I said, we've got the paperwork for you to get it registered here in the UK if you wish to. Or you might just want to use it as like a field bike or a get-around bike. Up to you, obviously, what you do with it. But as I say, we have got the paperwork for you to register it. The estimate is £2,500 to £3,000 on the 1980s Honda TLR 200. I had one of them, and I've got a story that goes with it. There won't be too many stories today. We've got too many bikes to get through. A bit shorter on stories. You'll have to come to A Night with Steve Berry. I'm announcing that now. And I'll tell you all the stories. You'll have to pay. I had one of these, a Vespa 50. No, not a 50, a Vespa 150 Super. And I've got a quick story to tell you all before I tell you about this combination. Most of these Vespas have 10-inch wheels. This one's got 8-inch wheels. Yeah, they thought, 10-inch wheels, don't be mad. Don't go mad, 8-inch wheels. I had a knackered tyre on the front of my Vespa 150 Super, and my dad had an 8-inch tyre in his garage that was just knocking about. So I asked him if I could have it. He said yeah. He couldn't remember what it was for. I put it on and rode down the road. Thing was all over the place. I rode it back up and I said, Dad, there's something wrong with that tyre. He started laughing. He said, read what it says on the side. Now, some of you will already guess what it said on the side, but I'll tell you. On the side, it said, John Bull, not for highway use. That's right. It was a wheelbarrow tyre. We've all made mistakes like that, haven't we? What do you mean, no? What a lovely thing, though. Look at it. It's got Vespa Club of Great Britain, official member, 2015, 2016. It's got all these stickers on. A lovely strawberries and cream, rhubarb and custard. It's somewhere between the two. Strawberries and cream, I reckon. A stunning Italian combination. Beautifully made, fantastic paintwork. I'll tell you what, like I said, I rode one of these on the road back in the day. With 3 people, 2 in here and 1 in there. Not exactly a ball of fire. But doesn't it look great? Does anything evoke nostalgia, 60s nostalgia, better than this Vespa 150cc? You're thinking, yeah, all kinds of things. But just think, if you wanted to buy like a Mini Cooper or something like that, or a Lotus Elan, you're talking about big bucks. You can get the same effect and have a lot of fun. You'd be surprised. You can have a lot of fun for between £4,500 and £5,000. The 1966, yeah, the old Self-Preservation Society, the year that we won the World Cup, the Jules Rimet Trophy, 1966. Bring back that sort of 60s nostalgia with that 1966 Vespa 150 Super combination. But let me give you, don't put wheelbarrow tyres on it, because it tends to adversely affect the handling, which is not great to start with. This is lovely. 1970 Vespa GTR 125. Sundance grips, that's what they are. You're wondering what they are, weren't you, Fraser? They're Sundance grips. Everybody used to put them on. I'm not sure why, but we did. The rubber ones that were on there were great because we were young and we wanted to modify our machines just like whatever the machine is, be it car, be it bike, be it scooter. Young men want to modify it. They want to personalise it, which is why there was a whole industry with things like these badge bars, leg shield extenders, foot plates, spare wheel mount on the inside. 2-4 accessories. They used to make a lot of this stuff, or they used to import a lot of this stuff into the UK. Did I mention I used to be the editor of Scooter magazine? I think I did. Superb example of a 1970 Vespa GTR 125, thought to be a 150 on a 125's V5. We've got pictures from when it was built and a dating letter. Commissioned to be used for photo shoots. Oh, right, okay. Because I was thinking, I don't remember this, and it looks a bit... Yeah, I don't remember these. Yeah. It will benefit from a bit more work, because like we say, if something's ever been created to be used in a film or in a photo shoot, it's all about how it looks. It's nothing to do with how it runs. So it might need a bit of a look at. But let me tell you something. These things they're as simple as a bucket and spade. I mean, when you start working on them, single cylinder air-cooled 2-strokes, there's not much to go wrong with them. And it's easily put right because they made so many. I love that. Like, they probably aged this deliberately. That looks like somebody's rubbed that away deliberately for the photo shoot and all this sort of stuff. But it does have a certain charm, the patina, as they call it. £3,000 to £3,500 on that one. The 1970 Vespa 125 Gran Turismo GT 125. Now, of course, in the world of scooters, you've got your Judeans front and your people's front of Judea. You've got your Vespa men and you've got your Lambretta men. What's the difference, you might think, perhaps as a motorcyclist? They're just scooters. Well, it's quite a big difference. The Vespa is of monocoque construction. There is no frame. The body panels are the frame. The Lambretta has a steel tube backbone clad with bolt-on bodywork. And they are quite different to ride, let me tell you. I should know, and I do know. 1963 LI125, no expense spared on this one. The fella that got it spent a ton of money on it, doing it up like this, because at the time, he thought it was all he wanted. But when he finished it, he thought, oh, look at that Nanucci seat that's on it. This has got all the kit on it, this. Nanucci seat, whose pipe is that? CST. I'm unfamiliar. The paintwork's really nice on it. Little bit of a back rack there. That Nanucci seat's gorgeous. The spongy grips, because they do vibrate. It's got like a rally light on the front. And, get this, look at that. A front disc brake, the RT195. So, yeah, when it left the Innocenti factory on the banks of the Lambrette River, yeah, that's where Lambretta comes from, the Lambrette River, it was a humble 125. Now it's an RT195, lots more power out of that little two-stroke engine. Hence, on the front, a bit of work on the suspension and a disc brake. Although, of course, in the 60s, some Lambrettas already had a disc brake, which is why I wrote to Honda in the 80s when they said, oh, we've got this ventilated disc, we're first with this. No, you're not first. The Italians did it 20 years ago. That one's not in the sale. Like I say, some bikes arrive too late. Don't look at that one. It's not in the sale. It'll be in the next one. Look at this. This is original. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that last one. The 63, the LI125, no expense spared job. The estimate on that, which is a fraction of what he spent to get it like that, £3,500 to £4,000 on that one. The 63 Lambretta, LI125, RT195, whatever. This is very original. LD150, only 4,000 eggs. I always want to sit on this. I think it's these sort of saddles that it's got. And again, I'll mention it, the patina on this one, the wear and tear is lovely. It's really evocative of this era, which was the mid-50s. Yeah, that's what they look like in the 60s. But in the mid-50s, this is a 56. This is what they look like. Not as pretty, but it has its own... And you can see why they evolved, and you can see how they evolved. I mean, if you look at this one, these cables, rubberized cables, and then the speedo's sort of down here, so you'd be buzzing along, and then if you want to see how fast you're going, you've got to like push them out of the way. Oh yeah, that's how fast. The thing is, it's a scooter. You're not going that fast. If you're going faster than a Fiat 500 and a vigorously propelled Bianchi bicycle, you're going fast enough, aren't you? Two-seater. Just the thing for like the Goodwood Revival or any sort of local classic festival, nip into the seaside for a bit of gelato on the front on a sunny Sunday. And yours, the 1956 Lambretta LD150, one of only 4,000, and they made millions of scooters between them, Vespa and Lambretta. Well, Piaggio and Innocenti, the two companies that made the Vespa and the Lambretta, respectively. Only 4,000 that one, £2,500 to £3,000 is the estimate on that one. Nice looking machine here. 65 LI125. Says 150 there. I passed my test on one of these. It was my brother's. My bike broke down on the day I was due to pass my test. When I say it broke down, I was fiddling with it to make it run a bit better. And I managed to break it. Well, not break it, but just render it inoperative. So I had to borrow one of these off my brother to take my test. That's where it all started for me, on one of these. And it could start for you on one of these as well, because this one, which has had a previous restoration and is in fantastic condition with all of the bits of trim that made these things so saucy, all the things that we never did. The British motorcycle manufacturers, the Japanese motorcycle manufacturers, the German motorcycle manufacturers all had a go at scooters. Scooters were selling like crazy in the 50s and 60s, and they all tried to make them, and none of them really succeeded in the same way that Vespa and Lambretta did with their scooters. One of the reasons for that One of the reasons for that is because they didn't get the details right. They thought they could just put a motorbike engine in one of these and just shove it out there. And they didn't get the design. Look how lovely that is, this horn casting here. And this is a casting, it's an alloy casting. Look how beautiful that is. It's sort of space age and jet age, very 60s. And then that badge there, it's so nice. And that's what the Italians got right. And that's what the other European manufacturers, even Harley-Davidson had a go. Yeah, their scooter, the Topper, the Harley-Davidson Topper. I'd love it if we all run this sale here, because then you lot could just see how ugly, like, just unbelievably ugly. This one, 65, LI 125, it says 150 there. It might be a 125 on the V5. Oh no, it's none of these things. It says LI 150 there, it says LI 125, and the engine's a 175, just to make that clear. Runs great, rides great, £3,500 to £4,000. You might be thinking this is expensive. They've come down a bit, scooters, recently, especially nice ones like that. So it's a good time to buy. We've got a bit of a project for you here in the corner. It's like it's been sent, because it's turned up inappropriately dressed, it's been sent to stand in the corner. Do you know what I mean? 1988 Kawasaki KR1. We don't know anything about this. It's just what's there. So everything's there on the front. We got the fairings. These to me look very much like they are the original fairings. They've got to be. Have we got the saddle? I don't want to mess things up too much. I don't know if we've got the front. There's a big box full of stuff there, which I'm going to let you have a look at, because we've got the tank, obviously, and these side panels, which have been prepped for paint. And then let's have a look in here. Yeah, it's all in there. Yeah, there's the seat and the wiring, bits of bolts, frame mounting bolts. Is that a caliper? Yeah, it's all in there. Well, I say it's all in there. It looks like it is. This is a chance for you to take a chance. This is an opportunity for somebody to put their personal stamp on that machine. And you saw the prices of a nice one from earlier, the estimate prices. These prices that I give out, of course, are only estimates on the day. And don't forget, there are fees and premiums to pay on top of the price when you buy at auction. But the estimate is what we think it will actually sell for. You know, that's why there's quite a wide gap between the lower and upper estimate, because of course there are fees and there's premium. That is no reserve. We think it's all there. 1988. That's all I know. So it's going to go. Brand new tyre on the back, brand new tyre on the front. Somebody got that far with it. Braided steel lines. Look at that. Somebody was doing it and doing it properly, and then for whatever reason it just stopped. You could get in like Flynn, no reserve on that one. The 1988 Kawasaki KR1. Honda CBR 125R. Fantastic first beginner, the best. It says here, fantastic first beginner motorcycle. This is the best one. The CBR 125R. HPI clear, 12 months MOT on this one. We've got all the receipts of its service history, low mileage. Yep, 9,000 miles. Runs and rides, good tyres, and let's see what the reserve is. No reserve. I nearly fell over then. I nearly fell over the box that I'd literally just been rummaging around in, like I'd forgotten it was right behind me. Anyway, crack of that. The best beginner bike, the CBR 125R Honda. 2008, 9,000 miles on it, no reserve on that bike. Somebody's going to get a bargain. Our sale this Friday. 1992 Baby Blade track day bike, CBR 400 RR, 4-cylinder, track and road prepped. Oh, has it got a plate on it? Let me have a look. Yep, got a plate on it. Saucy, isn't it, when it's got these track plastics on and you just put a light in there so it's road legal. It's a bit rough and ready. There are various parts from various bikes on it. These are track plastics. front and back. The tank is genuine, obviously. It is what it is. 1992, and that's reflected in the estimate. Can I see what miles it's done? Them are kilometres. 24,000 kilometres. Reflected in the estimate, which is 1,200 to 1,750. Part of a collection. We've got a lot of bikes from this collection, so I'm going to crack on. That one's not in. GSXR 250. Wow. Japanese domestic market bike, obviously part of this collection. Low mileage, it's correctly registered. We have a V5 for it. We've got the original Japanese logbook and a dating certificate from the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. There's a new battery on it. The oil has been changed, new plugs. We've got old MOTs and paperwork for it, 87. GSXR 250. Wow. 400s, yeah, but 250s. So look at that. It's got all the looks and all the kit and the distinctive twin headlights there of a Gixxer. Twin discs on the front, disc on the back as well. Yes, triple discs. But it's only a 250. The estimate on that one, £2,000 to £2,500. 1987 GSXR 250. Back in black. Look at this, very much of its time. With obviously the name backwards there, so that when people are looking in the rearview mirror, it's the right way around, like ambulance. Sometimes on an ambulance, not always. It's a phaser. 250, 4-cylinder, 16-valve, Japanese domestic market. It's a pocket rocket, there's no denying that. Part of that collection, the frame and swinging arm and smaller parts have been powder coated. The wheels have been painted and the alloy rims have been polished. It's got new inlet rubbers, new air filter. The carburetors have been stripped and refurbished. The cam cover is powder coated. New cam cover gasket. The fork bottoms have been painted. New HEL braided steel brake lines. The yokes have been powder coated. New headstock bearings, new battery, genuine new Yamaha mirrors. They need tightening. You can do that when you buy it. New footrest rubbers, new chain and sprockets, new Continental tyres, new gaskets, seals, etc. were required. Full restoration. No tarting it up a bit, if you'll pardon the expression, for the auction. Properly gone through. One of the benefits of turning up here in person is that you can check all of that. Can't really see it on. You can see a lot of it. It looks great, doesn't it? It's obviously been done properly. Try and come down, you can have a proper look. But all of this information is available to you here at Manor Park so that you can make an informed choice when it comes to buy, because this guy had so many bikes like this, you're almost spoilt for choice. Time Warp Machine, 1985 Yamaha, FZ250, Phaser, Genesis. What a long name. They loved a long name back then, the Japanese manufacturers, didn't they? £2,000 to £2,500 for that. Think of all the expense and all the work that's gone into it. I like this. A baby blade. CBR 400 RR. 4-cylinder, looks like original panels. Yes, the lads have put, looks like it's the original panels. Yeah, of course it is. Cam gear train tri-arm. Techie. They love the tech. It's got an ART exhaust on it. They sound great. I think this one's going to be a bit of a bargain. Yeah, let's have a look at the estimate on this one. And it is £1,500 to £2,000. It's actually, well, it's reasonably big kilometres. 54,000 kilometres. Somebody's really used this. But it's in good order, and that's why. Oh, and it's had a paint job, obviously. Look at that. That's painted on. The paint shack and a phone number there. So he's done that. It's really tidy, actually. Yeah. CBR 400 RR, 1988. Classic. You get that on a classic policy. £1,500 to £2,000 on that one is the estimate. Another Pocket Rocket. Got a bit of a theme here, haven't we? FZR 250 Genesis, Japanese domestic market. Low mileage on this one, 3,800. That's going to be kilometres, I think. Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's miles. Yeah, because they've worked it out from kilometres. Thank you, guys upstairs who worked it out. Yes, nearly 4,000 miles on this one since 1988. An original bike, matching tyres put on for the MOT, and a new battery, oil and filters changed, new plugs, original Japanese registration book is included. This one's been properly registered with the DVLA. All the hard work's been done, and it's been done properly. New battery, new oil, new tyres, all that sort of stuff that you have to do and would have to do if you were buying one of these from 1988. It's already been done. All the difficult, well, not that difficult, but all the hassle of re-registering it here in the UK, getting the plate on it, getting it through an MOT, it's all been done. And you could own this one this Friday here at Manor Park in our April sale for between, we reckon, and this is just our estimate, £3,000 to £3,500. The FZR 250 Genesis. JDM, baby. JDM. Another one. He couldn't get enough of these, this fella. Another CBR 400RR. Iconic 1980s baby blade. Boy, oh boy, did people like Fastlane at Preston and West Coast in Southport and D&K. Companies like that must have sold literally thousands, I would say, thousands of these bikes imported from Japan. Wanted a blade, but couldn't afford either the purchase price or the insurance on the 900. You could get one of these. It looks like it. It rides like it. It's the same technology. It's a 4-cylinder engine. It's got the same advanced suspension and braking equipment, wheels, the same fairing with that iconic twin headlight look, but it's a 400. No reserve on that one. Fantastic. What's the mileage on it? Let me have a look. It's like 39,000 kilometres. It's MOT exempt, this one. Wow, it's MOT exempt now. 1983. It can't be. It can't be. 83, surely 93. I'll get back to you on that. Surely 93. Right, 1986. No, I could be wrong. I'll get back to you. 1986 Yamaha 400. No reserve. Park track prepped. It is road registered though. Let's see if it's got... It is road registered, it says here. We've got... The V5 will need applying for though. It's matching numbers. We've got one key for it. Come to us as part of a collection. Again, it's a JDM motorcycle. It's the 400. We had 600s. We had 250s. We had 600s. We tended not to have 400s, didn't we? That was a Japanese thing, but so many of them came to the UK after the Japanese had so lightly used them. I couldn't believe the conditions some of these bikes came in. They look like they haven't been ridden, and we got so many of them in the UK. We benefited from their wacky legislation that they have to deal with in terms of used machinery, how long you're allowed to keep things for, how difficult it is to get it through their equivalent to the MOT. Some enterprising Brits went over and they brought over tons and tons of these bikes, and they are great. 1986, this one is 86 definitely. FZR 400 Genesis, no reserve on that one, no reserve. Right, and now for something completely different. That one, up there on the stand. Walk this way, Fraser. This is a Velocette Viper, ex-factory press fleet. So back in the day, this would have been written by the gentleman who wrote for the Green 'Un and the Pink 'Un. Have you heard of them, Fraser? The Green 'Un and the Pink 'Un. They were the popular motorcycling publications of the day. And you would have had, it's a bit before, like LJK Set Right and all that. You'd have had men called Cyril and Eric, and they would have tested this machine and found it to be a very fine machine indeed. The Viper, the Velocette Viper, a stunning show standard machine. 12 to 90, that is a fair assessment of the Top Gear performance of the 1956 350 Velocette Viper, said motorcycling back in the day of this very press machine. This bike would go from smoothly from 12 miles an hour to 90 miles an hour in top gear. First mention of Top Gear. You knew there had to be one. What a piece of kit, look at that. British motorcycling at its best from the days when the best motorcycles in the world were British. And really show quality, this one. Weren't they, George?
And in black as well. Black being the most popular colour.
Do you remember these when they were new, Matt?
I do. I used to deal with a guy in London called Jeff Dobkins, and he was going out towards Wimbledon, and he specialised in these. And I, at the time, had an MOV pre-war, and that's where I used to go and get all my spares. They're wonderful machines, and I have a number of friends who know more about Velocettes than probably Velocette knew themselves, historians.
Yeah. Do you know now they've revived so successfully Triumph, and they revived Norton? If there's somebody out there who fancies reviving another British bike mark, but one which was different, very different from Triumph and Norton, wasn't it, Velocette?
Yeah.
Because they loved this, they specialised in singles, didn't they?
Well, they absolutely did. I mean, if you had a Velocette Thruxton, right, which was the ones that they raced very successfully in the 60s, aluminium headwaters, they're wonderful bikes. But I mean, even a straight Clubman is great, a Venom is great. And as a child in the 60s, an uncle of mine gave me, which was a 1934 Mack girder forks, and my friend John Lilly and I, we could never get it going, which was really frustrating because we found out there was a problem with the magneto. But we took the clutch to bits. And when you take the clutch to bits, there's something like about 14 springs of which you've got to try and synchronise to get them all back together. And our fingers and our skills at 14-year-olds were not good. But
I'm the fella who put a wheelbarrow tyre on the front of a Vespa. So don't ask me to put the clutch back in a Velocette.
No, but what I'm about to say is these machines are stunning. Yeah. Great quality in every way. And this machine that we've got in here, I honestly think is a stunning machine. Just look at the chrome, look at the reflection in there.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And
a very, very rideable machine. You have a lot of fun with it.
55 Velocette Viper. That gentleman's glowing endorsement. I can't do better than that. £5,000 to £6,000 is the estimate for an absolutely fantastic bit of kit. Surely the bargain so far.
And it's only just a brief thing. If you notice the shock absorbers, you can alter them into different positions depending upon the weight of the rider or whether you had a passenger on the back.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful there. You can't ask the lady missus or whoever to come on the back and then say, hold on a minute, let me just adjust the shock absorber to the maximum setting. You'd have to do that. You'd have to make some sort of excuse to get rid of her for a minute.
Do you think it would be a passion killer, that?
I think you could get a cuff round the ear hole for that. Isn't it nice when there are actually people available who know what they're talking about? Not me, obviously, but that was completely random, but fantastic. And he's right. What a bargain that is going to be for somebody if it goes for the estimate this Friday of between £5,000 and £6,000. Now look at this, a Greaves Scottish. When they say Scottish, they mean the trials, the 6-day trials that they have, where they were all found guilty. And that's the joke. It's not very good, is it? 250 two-stroke engine, it'll be a Villiers. It is a Villiers. That's what Greaves did. Greaves Motorcycles, founded by Bert Greaves, produced a range of road machines and competition mounts for observed trials, scrambling and road racing. The original company produced bikes from 1952, funded by a contract with the Ministry of Pensions for the Invercar. So they built the Invercar. Those things that you used to see at the side of the pitch in football matches with the slidey doors. Dreadful things. But this is, from the sublime to the ridiculous. That can't be the registration, because if it... Well, it might be. Actually, I think there's a couple missing off there. So it's obviously road registered. What a great looking machine, that. High level pipe, kickstart. Can you imagine nipping down the pub on this on a sunny Sunday? just parking it up, having a pint of shandy and a packet of salt and vinegar crisps. What a great looking machine. Or, of course, you could enter it in classic competition, which I would imagine is what a lot of people think, because it would have been very competitive. Look at these forks on the front. Are they Earl's forks? Is that what they call them, with the old leading link there? Right, you can correct me in the comments down below. You go, no, Berry, you massive idiot. They are Hossack forks. They're probably not. Well, they're not conventional telescopic ones, are they? Earl's forks, I'm going to say. Put me right in the comments. You love to. I know you love to. So just make sure you do that. If I'm actually right, just pretend it never happened. Because I know you love to do that as well. Right. This one. Oof, wow. BSA. The BSA C15S, a vintage scrambler bike. Hello, BBC News readers. That's a scrambler. Not that Suron electric thing that those low-level scumbags are using round my way to terrorise people. They're not scrambler bikes. That's a scrambler bike from 1959. The BSA C15S. It's got a 250cc single-cylinder overhead valve produced by the British company BSA from September 58 until 1967. Their first four-stroke unit, gearbox as part of the engine, all one unit. This was the first one. The C15S was the scrambler version of the 250 produced between 59 and 65. And it saved weight, it saved the weight of a battery through an energy transfer electrical system, so no battery on it. The Scrambler 125 shared its frame with the Trials 125, but it had a larger exhaust valve, higher compression, and a modified camshaft. So it made a bit more power and was a bit quicker because, of course, the Scrambler, which would have been ridden by the sort of likes of, who were the stars of scrambling back then? 59, is that a bit too early for like Arthur Lampkin, Dave Bickers, Jeff Smith? Them lads. They're a bit after that. Good looking machine, great bit of kit. Obviously it's not a show queen. This thing's to be ridden and used. Probably in competition, perhaps by you. And if you wanted to do that, you could buy it this Friday in our sale for between £2,500 and £3,000, we reckon, the 59 BSA C15S. We come back to that thing that I've said, and I'll say it again. Some bikes are old and some bikes are classic. No one would dispute that the BSA Gold Star is a classic. A beautiful, iconic bike. Its value is going to be reflected in the estimate, but I'll tell you nice things about it before I come to the slightly unpleasant bit, which is the estimate on it. It's a 500cc four-stroke single, part of a private collection, bars converted for upright use. Yeah, so it was probably had cafe racer type bars. Clip-ons and the parts are included to return it to standard, should you wish to suffer for your art, really. The Gold Star, made by BSA from 1958 to 1963, 350 and 500cc single-cylinder four-stroke production motorcycles, being amongst the fastest bike of the 50s, hand-built with optional extras and modifications available from the factory. Each motorcycle came with documented dynamometer. Yeah, dynamometer, good word that, isn't it? It's a proper 50s word that, showing the owner the horsepower that their actual motorcycle was producing. A stone cold classic, a 1956 BSA Gold Star, could be yours for between £11,000 and £13,000. 1981 Fantic TX 250. Knot and bolt restoration, it says. Let me tell you what's been done to this bike. It was a 125, it's now a 175. It's got new tyres, the motor runs great, new bearing seals and gaskets in that motor, which is why it runs great. The wheels have been rebuilt with stainless spokes and new rims. The hubs have been powder coated. The frame has been powder coated. It's got new OZO shocks, and of course it's a twin shock bike. Lowered and widened footrests, Sherco Pro Taper fat bar conversion, domino clutch and brake lever setup, Renthal grips, new cables, new tyres and tubes, chains and sprockets. Like we said, I think that's carbon fibre. On a 1981 Fantic TX250. Like it says here, no expense spared. Somebody spent a ton of money. Doesn't it look great? So purposeful and like nothing that it doesn't need. Everything it needs, placky tank of course from this era. Everything it needs, nothing it doesn't need. Drum brakes front and rear. Eligible for all sorts of competition or just great fun to ride. Estimate is only £1,800 to £2,300 on that 1981 Fantic TX 250. Come around the corner and have a look at this. On a similar theme, a modified, updated, what do they call it? Restore mod? Restore mod, don't they? And that's very much what we have here with this Honda NX650 Dominator, a fantastic customised machine, ready for something like Sand Raiders, which is that great event they have every year. Harry Metcalf, Harry's Garage, he's made a couple of films, really good ones, much more interesting than his ones about his fantastic car collection, in my humble opinion. The ones he's made about bikes are much better. He went on the Sand Raiders. It's for classic machinery like this from back in the day. And increasingly popular. This bike is ready for that event or ready to cross deserts, basically. Look at it. Completely restored and updated and upgraded. The risers there are new bars. The frames are in powder coated. Let me just list some of the stuff that we've got here. New wheel bearings, discs and overall calipers. New pads. TCK 80 tyres, refurbished, repainted forks, yokes, new head bearings and gaiters. A Goffey fairing, not Chris Goffey, don't get confused. Beard, Top Gear, sweaters, remember the guy. Believe it or not, me and him are from the same place. Both born in Bury, Lancashire. Yeah, bet you never knew that. Anyway, I didn't want to know that. LED light cluster with LED running lights, colour-coded side crash bars and front crash bars, LED fog lights, repainted bodywork and tank. It's got a £500 brand new Hagen rear shock, custom enduro foot pegs, stainless fasteners all over, custom chain guard and sprocket, recently serviced, new oil, new filters, starts first time on the button, and like a lot of the bikes today, it's got a Kickstarter. The Honda NX650 Dominator from 1989, ready to rock and roll. The estimate on that one is only £4,500 to £5,000. In a similar vein, we have the Dr. Big, the DR. It's an 800cc single. Wow. I remember these. Getting on one of these was a feat in itself. Look how high the saddle is. Look at it. Come on, look at that. Look at it. Woof. It's a big bike. Now, this one has done some miles. Let me have a look. 39, oh, it's, is it an import? Yeah. 39,000 kilometres. Looks all original. The V5 needs applying for. Yeah. What year is it? 1997, a 90s version of an adventure bike, the 800S. Wow. Single cylinder, 4-stroke. It just seems so nuts, an 800cc single cylinder. And by the way, this saddle, I think that's a bit of alpaca. Look at that, it's soft. You could have a lot of fun on this, couldn't you? The estimate, 2,000 to 2,500 miles. It's had a life, but it's all ready to ride. I like that, ready to ride. Tough looking, ready to ride. You could go around the world on that tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, because the sale isn't till Friday. But on Friday, you could be the proud owner of that 1997 Suzuki DR800S. The Dr. Big, as we used to call them back in the day. 2013 Triumph Tiger 1200 Explorer. It says here, a superb shaft-driven adventure motorcycle. It is. My pal's got one of these. I've ridden his bike, same colour as this, which is a black, but with a lovely sort of fleck in it, a sort of star-like pearlescent fleck in the paintwork. Very attractive. And as I said, my pal, he's got one of these. He rates it. I rate it as well. He's going to be really disappointed, though, because you won't believe how cheaply you can have one of these. Now, we do like it at Manor Park when we get a bike in, like the Ducati Street Fighter, the V4S Street Fighter earlier, which had, I think it had 6,000, Fraser? 6,000 quid's worth of improvements, I think it was. It had all the stuff done, and it was all really tastefully done and properly done. But isn't it great to have a bike like this? 30,000 miles in the last 12 years, so not a lot at all. Probably just used for, you know, touring holidays. Don't think it's been a commuter bike. No, it would have been way more mileage than that if it was. One like this, which is completely standard. This is as it left the factory. The Triumph Tiger 1200 Explorer, 30,000 miles. It's got very decent set of tyres on it. The paintwork's in great condition. It wears its miles lightly, this particular example. And it's still got a very contemporary look. It's 12 years old, doesn't look it. Stick a private plate on it. Do we do that in motorcycling? We don't really, do we? There's a few bikes in here. I've just seen an absolute corker of a private plate on a bike in here, and we'll come to that later, but it's not really something that we do. That's what car people do, isn't it? My point was that although it's 12 years old, it looks very contemporary. Rupert, if you're watching this, and I bet you are, your bike is worth between £3,000 and £4,000. What a bike for the money! What a bike for the money! Can you imagine if you snap this up for £3,500 grand on the day being this Friday in the Manor Park auction? Look at it, 30,000 miles on that seat and that tank. There are no scratches on the tank. Why? The person who had this really looked after it, but at the end of the day, it's at that point in its life. It's at that awkward point in its life where it's 12 years old and it's at the absolute bottom of what it's ever going to be worth. It only goes up from here on in. You will not buy a bike like this for less than the estimate on this one. £3,500 to £4,000 on the 2013 Triumph Tiger shaft-driven 1200 Explorer. What a bike for the money. Right, we're into this room full, I was going to say of Japanese classics, but then he spotted a Norton and a Benelli, so mainly Japanese classics from the 1970s with the odd Brit and Italian thrown in for good measure. Now, it says to me that this is a 1997 Honda Goldwing, but it's not, is it? We know that. It's just a bit of a typo, and I've drawn attention to it. But that doesn't mean that the lads and lasses who work here behind the scenes at Manor Park don't do an absolutely fantastic job. And that if you are thinking of consigning your motorcycle to be sold, we do it better than anybody else. We do. We love bikes. We know what we're doing. And we give you a deal that you will be hard-pressed to better anywhere else in the United Kingdom. We're the only permanent, full-time auction location in the northwest of England for classic cars and bikes. We have an auction here approximately once every month or so, and every single time there seem to be more and more bikes in it and more variety of bikes and scooters. So if you like motorbikes and scooters, and if you don't while you're watching this, get yourself along here if you can. The auction day itself is a great day. We have a lot of fun. There's a fantastic atmosphere, and a lot of people go away very happy because they bag themselves a belting bargain. It might be this one, this Friday. Honda Goldwing GL1000. Lots of money spent on this iconic machine, which has previously been restored. We've got a list of all the stuff that's... The list of what's been done. Look at it. The condition is fantastic. The list of what's been done, including the paint, surely. That cannot be... Can it be original paintwork? It could be. There's the odd chip here and there. But it's in great condition. It's obviously 77, not 97. We've got a long list of all the parts and all the stuff that's been done to it. The vendor, i.e. the person selling it, says it runs and rides great, but then they would. Long-term dry stored. It's an iconic Mark 1. Good tyres. Well, yeah, they look good. And spoke wheels. Look at them spoke wheels on a Goldwing. The green face clock. Are they green? They're sort of bluey green. You know when you can't decide whether it's a blue or a green? I love this paintwork as well. Just prepared for sale and no reserve. Lots of money spent to keep this Goldwing like that. Look at the saddle. Look how massive the saddle is on these. I love these bikes. Love these early Goldwings. The older they got and the more stuff they got on them, the less I like them. You might like them more when they get like that, but I like this, a Mark 1, the Honda Goldwing. Not just a classic bike, but a bike that invented a whole genre, or do we say genre, of motorcycling. And you can't say that about too many motorcycles. And then what I was going to do is neatly segue into saying, but, and then like say that this one invented a genre, but it didn't. But it is a great bike. It's the Honda XL600R, an iconic dual sport motorcycle. And by that, what they meant was you could ride it on-road and off-road. So let me try and give you some detail on this one. It's from when? 2001. Obviously, it's been used. It's had a bit of a life. This has come to us as part of a very large collection gathered over many years of dedication. The bike's been dry stored, was transported to us by the owner in person. It needs recommissioning. Viewing is recommended on this one. A 600cc single, twin carbs, 5-speed gearbox. We've got the V5. There's one key with it. It's had a life. It's been used. It's a bit of a classic. How old is this now? Wow, 24 years old, this bike. And the estimate, £2,500 to £3,000 on that one, the Honda XL600R. Next to it, a Honda. An XL600R, unrivaled torque, 1997, a few years older rather, than the other one. 600cc single, recreate one of these amazing bikes. We don't know too much about this one. Let's have a look at the mileage on it. It's an import. It's got 16,000 kilometres on it, so that's not a lot for a bike which is now 28 years old. Needs recommissioning, undoubtedly. It's been used, it's not been abused, it's just been used. It's a dual sport bike. Look at the wear there on the case there, where the owner's boot has worn away there on the case as this bike has been used and ridden as it was intended to be. And that is reflected in the price. £2,500 to £3,000, the XL600R from 1997. Oh, look how big this is. Look how physically large this motorcycle is. The Yamaha XT600 Tenere, an adventure bike project. 595, 4-stroke single, inspired by the Paris-Dakar. I actually saw at the Retromobile show in Paris last year the actual bike that Terry Sabine, the geezer that invented the Paris-Dakar, the little Yamaha 400 that he rode. The French revere that motorcycle. It had security to mind it, and it was in a special Perspex case, like a Lexan bulletproof case, so you could see it. But it looks like, never mind been to the desert, it looks like it's been to the moon and back. But that's where it all started, in Yamaha. First and foremost, amongst the Japanese manufacturers, they were the ones who really embraced this style of motorcycle. And it sold best in continental Europe. It was the French, it was the Italians, it was the Germans, it was the Spanish who loved this kind of bike. And I found that out when I started to go around Europe in the 80s. We didn't really embrace it in the way that they did. It took us a while to realize that bikes like this have got a lot of appeal. This one needs a restoration, obviously. It's had a tough life. UK bike, yeah, it looks like a UK bike. And it is a UK bike. We've got the V5. We've got 2 keys for it. And it's no reserve. 1989 Yamaha XT600 Tenere. Oh, the one in the corner. Don't forget this one. This is an XL600R. It's got electric start. This one. And kickstart. Yeah, kickstart and electric start. 600cc twin carburettor single cylinder machine. Part of the collection. Again, it needs, well, does it need recommissioning? No, look at the seat. Look at that. That's great. Pipe's good. Tyres are mega. Ooh. Kilometers. 70,000 kilometers. Yeah. Somebody's used that to go to work on, haven't they? Or they've done a lot of off-road riding. That's got to be a new saddle. That's got to be a new cover on that. It can't last it all that time. Everything's here. It's just reflecting the wear of 70,000 kilometres of riding, and the price reflects that as well. The estimate is £2,500 to £3,000. 97 Honda XL 600R electric start. Now, when I started in motorcycle journalism all those years ago, I realised that motorcycle journalists, who unlike everybody else got to borrow all the latest bikes. I mean, when I worked on Which Bike, I once rode 24 bikes in a day for photography purposes and sort of test ride, go up and down that road for 4 or 5 miles till we get a picture from the front, a picture from the side, a picture from the other side, then jump on the other bike, come back. Got to ride a lot of different bikes. I realised that the bikes that motorcycle journalists bought were a very narrow band of bikes. And they were back in the day, I'll tell you. Kawasaki GT550, Yamaha FJ 1100 and 1200, Honda CX500, not the 650, the 500, and the Suzuki DR350S. This is a DR350 dual sport fun bike. Boy, oh boy, has this bike had a life. Rough and ready? Yeah. But it goes though. Let's have a look. Right. Low miles. Low miles? Off-road miles. Ah, yes. Nearly 3,000. Cool, nearly 3,000. This bike's been used as a trail bike, hasn't it? A green lane bike. I bet this guy was in the Trail Riders Federation, the TRF. I'll bet he was. Or lady, or a woman, it's got a nice low seat height compared to some of these Paris-Dakar inspired bikes. Yeah, bike journalists would buy these because they would go, they'd borrow one and then think, yeah, I could get one of them, get me around London, Manchester, Birmingham, wherever they lived, get me in and out of the city, good commuter bike, good green lane bike at the weekend, very durable, very reliable. That's what they bought. You could own one. That one, 1993, 32 years old. DR350 for between £1,500 and £2,000. But you might prefer this one. The Yamaha XT350, 4-valve single, UK bike, matching numbers. We've got the V5 for it. Let's have a look at the mileage. 35,000. It's all there. It's all in good order. No rips in the saddle cover. Decent tyres on it. It is what it is. That's new. The fuel cap's got a carrier on the back there. £2,500 to £3,000. The XT350 Yamaha. Dual sport fun. It says here. Another Honda 600, the XL 600R. 600cc 4-stroke, good example. We've got some of the old documents. We have the V5 with this one. It's an import. It's done just under 50,000 kilometres from new. Part of that big collection of bikes. Doesn't seem to be anything missing. It needs tidying up. It needs riding. Look at that. It's got a Kickstarter rather than an has it got electric start? Yeah, it's got electric start as well. £2,000 to £2,500. It would do. Would have electric start. It's 2004. 2004 XL 600R, Japanese domestic market, imported in the UK, slightly less than 50,000 kilometres on the clocks. Yours for between £2,000 and £2,500 potentially at our sale here at Manor Park Classic near Runcorn in Leafy, Cheshire. Lovely Leafy, Cheshire. There's a train station just up the road. I came into it today. Instead of driving or riding here, I was in Manchester. I jumped on a train. I was here in 25 minutes. It was great. Honda XL 600R is that bike. The bike that I'm patting the mud guard of is obviously not a Honda XL 600R. It's a KTM 150 SX, a proper modern two-stroke motocross bike. 143cc two-stroke, single, liquid-cooled, 6-speed Talon wheels. I know that fella. They're the best in the business. New tyres, superb condition. It's got a kickstart. It's a two-stroke with a kickstart. How fantastic is that? Only 150cc. People would say, oh, is it only a 150? Then if they rode it. Mental. Full on these things, aren't they? Absolutely full on stroker. The great sound and the great smell and that power delivery that could only be, and Kawasaki might be bringing it back. There are rumours bringing back two strokes. If you bought this, you wouldn't need to worry about whether or not they bring it back or not, because you'd have one. You'd have a 2017 KTM 150 SX for between £2,800 and £3,300, we reckon. Kawasaki KX420. They only made this one for 2 years. It's a 4-stroke single, 422 cc's. 422. For reasons only known to Kawasaki. Must have been a racing regulation, mustn't it? They must have set it 425 or something like that, and they thought, no, okay, we can do that. Or maybe that was as big as they thought they should go with a single-cylinder motor in a two-stroke like this. It was restored 5 years ago, this one, and you can tell, look at it, it's had very little use since then. Part of a nice collection. Yeah, that's what it's done. It's been sat in storage for the last 3 years. There's no reserve on this one, the 1980 Kawasaki KX420. Please tell me about that in the comments. I love it when you lot educate me, and you're always ready to do that. So tell me why Kawasaki would have made a bike that was 422 cc's. I bet it was some sort of racing regulation or something like that. But put me right if I'm wrong. I know you will. 1981 Honda CR450R. Yeah, so I'd imagine it raced with that back in the day. This one's 448cc, two-stroke single cylinder, 4-speed, drum brakes. Remember, it's 1981, so we're still on drum brakes. Can you imagine? What a thunderous piece of kit this is. Look at that Kickstarter there. Kickstarter, the theme of the day. That decal's gone a bit wrong, but we can sort that out, I'm sure. Well, you could sort that out if you buy it. And if you buy it, you'd be buying something that has obviously been restored, is a great example of a fearsome motorcycle. Imagine kickstarting that. Ring-a-ding-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding, and then off you go, and you've got that drum brake to stop. And that drum brake on the back. When men were men and women were grateful. Women probably rode them as well. I would imagine they did. He said, trying to get himself out of a potentially sticky situation. Right, from the sublime, in fact, from one red motorbike to another red motorbike, which in some ways is similar, but in other ways is completely different, because it's red and it's single cylinder and it's a two-stroke. But apart from that, I mean, it's a world of difference, isn't it? This is a 125cc BSA Bantam. And because I'm dead clever and know loads about motorbikes, I can tell you that this is a postman's bike. It's a GPO special. And you're thinking, yeah, well, we know that. It says it on the front, Berry. It says GPO on the leg protectors. Look at them, leg protectors. Unmolested example, it says here. I'm very glad. Like Fraser, he's an unmolested example, thank goodness, right? Part of a private collection. Get this, it was owned by the head postmaster in Chester, which is that way, about 15, 20 miles, if that. Yeah. Still in its original, we've still got the original green registration document for this one. Yeah, it would have done a lot of miles, obviously, because it's a working piece of kit. It's a tool, isn't it, this thing? You're thinking, there's only one tool in that picture, Berry, and it's not the bike. I know you are. But 1965 BSA D1 Bantam GPO estimate is £2,000 to £2,500. That has got to be perfect for somebody. And also, by the way, if you were thinking, I might get something that they might want to borrow for, like, you know, if they bring back Heartbeat. You know, when they do a period drama, you want to get this on a register if you buy it. I'm on a register, but if you buy this, you want to get on a register, you know, for like film and television, because you can make a lot of money on that. Especially when you're buying it, we reckon, for between £2,000 and £2,500. AJS, they won the first Grand Prix, didn't they? 1948, Les Graham, the championship, AJS. Yeah, Stuart Graham's dad. Stuart Graham erased himself and lives, Stuart lives, where does Stuart live? Chester, I mentioned Chester. Round here, a Cheshire lad. 1953, AJS 16 MS, a barn find restoration project. Oh, we love a barn find, don't we? Finding something that was kind of, you know, moments away from being taken away by the rag and bone man. And you rescue it, and you restore it, and you ride it. I think this just needs a clean. Anybody who, oh, mind you, those folks could do with some attention. Some of it is lovely. If I could, look at me rubbing the dirt off. Look at that, genuine barn find dirt. I should be able to sell that online. I'm going to put it on eBay. I shouldn't have done that, really, should I? But I did. 1,750 to 2,250. It's a 350, 4-stroke single, 4-speed gearbox, complete bike. I love that saddle. I think somebody has modded this and then just like ridden it around the fields and that a bit. Or maybe just down the road to the pub. You know when you used to be able to do that? My uncle John used to drive his tractor to the pub. Completely illegal. It didn't have anything on it. Just used to drive it to the pub. When we used to go on holiday to the farm he worked on, we'd cling to it. As children, my memories clinging to an illegal tractor as my uncle drove back from the pub. You could get that though. Have we got the documents on it? That's derived from the military one, obviously with the 350 single, the military bikes that they all made to a very similar specification. When I say they, I mean BSA, Norton, Triumph, AJS, Matchless. They all made a military type bike. And that's derived from it, although it's 53 when that one was made. It's MOT exempt, obviously. Right, no, it's not been registered. We've got an engine number. So bear all that in mind if you're thinking of buying it. But it's very tempting, isn't it? I am tempted more than anything else I've seen in the sale here today, apart from that Triumph 1200 Explorer, because it's so cheap. So cheap, that bike, for such a good bike. I'm tempted by this one, but bear in mind its status, that it's unregistered. 1,750 to 2,250 of your English pounds. Speaking of England, I love this. Who doesn't love a nacelle? Do you like a nacelle, Fraser? Do you know what one is? Of course he does. How condescending of me. That's a nacelle, where you've got all this stuff incorporated into it. And people thought that was very modern back in 1961. They thought, yeah, if things are integral and if they all seem to be incorporated and you hide the gubbins, then that's very modern. It's a 350cc twin, this 3TA21, also known as the 3TA, the Triumph 21, known as the 3TA, a standard motorcycle made by Triumph Engineering Company of Coventry, England. The first of the Triumph unit construction twin-cylinder motorcycles. The gearbox is part of the engine, it's integral. Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, it still looked like it wasn't until you went, oh yeah, actually, it's the engine and the gearbox are the same unit. Yeah, so in its own way, shall we say the first modern motorcycle? We could do. From 1961. The estimate on this is remarkably low. Look at it. Lovely seat on it. Cracking bike. Can you believe 1,300 quid to 1,800 quid? Recent rebuild on that as well. Only a small amount of work required to finish it. Right, market, bargain of the sale so far, that one. 1961, Triumph 3TA, 1,300 quid to 1,800 quid, we reckon. And the registration number is WSX 426. We don't know what mileage it's done. Because the Speedo says 0000, which we reckon isn't a reliable recording of the mileage it's done since 1961. So again, I say, bear that in mind. Oh, here we go. Look at this. A Norton Dominator. My dad had one of these. He had a dummy. 99 Deluxe. Very original example, this one. I can't believe how cheap this is. Wait till you hear how cheap this bike is. 600cc, 4-stroke twin, 4-speed manual. It has the deluxe bodywork. Like I've said, the nacelle on the Triumph, this kind of fairing all of this in, it was kind of indicative of sort of what they were doing in America. And the British motorcycle manufacturers, all of them, the big three, BSA, Norton, Triumph, and the others, AJS, Matchless, Velocet, all the others were trying to sell, desperately trying to sell motorcycles to the Americans. Export or die, said Sir Stafford Cripps, the greatest British politician never to be Prime Minister, in my opinion. You may think differently. Anyway, he said export or die, and they embraced that idea. So, looking at this Norton Dummy, doesn't it look like an American car? Like a sort of 57 Chevy or like a Ford Thunderbird or something like this. Two-tone paintwork, lots of bright work, big badges, fancy colours and everything sort of fading and modern. This was the jet age. And that's what they were all trying to do. They were trying, when I say they, I mean automobile manufacturers, motorcycle manufacturers. So if you were Austin Healey, or if you were MG, or if you were Triumph, or if you were Norton, you were trying to appeal to that American market and you were making your bike look like this. If it was the deluxe version. 4-speed manual, 600cc, 4-stroke, twin cylinder. We reckon between this to me seems criminally cheap. £2,200 to £2,750 for that. Amazing, right? But it's great, isn't it? I mean, it's not so great for the vendor. That's what I think. But it's great for the buyer. And that's what it's all about. It's about getting these bikes back out there on the road where they can be ridden, enjoyed, and people can see them. I love the original stuff here, like this sticker. Fraser, just come and show people this sticker here. Colin rides motorcycles. Colin rides motorcycles. Where's that? 0142. I'd love to sort of find out a bit more. Serviced and supplied. Fantastic. And then the lion there and the Smith's clock and all this stuff. I'm in love with this bike. Not that one, with this one. The Triumph 3TA 21. Matching numbers. 350 twin. Starts, runs, rides. Built using new old stock parts. Genuine body, not fiberglass, it says here. Nope. God, what a great colour this bike is. Is it the light in here? Has it got like a bluey sort of tinge to the silver? I think it has. Look at that, the old bacon slicer there on the front. Yeah. For when you run over a pedestrian. Take a limb off with that. Well, you wouldn't, because this one's been... It just used to be a sliver of metal that was basically designed to incapacitate pedestrians. What a great looking machine. What a bike. And of course, it's all got the old fairing there on the back. And like it says here, not fiberglass, proper new old stock metal parts used in the restoration of this 1958 motorcycle. What a great bike. We reckon might be a bit much, that bodywork. You either really like that, and I do, because I understand what they were trying to do with it, and I get it. You either like that or you don't. If you do like it, you're in luck because it's a mega bargain. All the work that's been done on it. We've got the old documents. It was part of a private collection. Yes, we've got the V5. The clock, 36,000 miles since 1958. But then the restoration and all the new parts that are on it make a big difference. £3,500 to £4,000. 58 Triumph, 3TA21. Now, proper this. 72 Bonneville. What a bike. Look at that. Fantastic looking motorcycle. Gorgeous thing. 654 stroke twin. A lovely restoration. Starts, runs and rides. We've got the V5. This stunning bike has had the frame swinging arm and other parts powder coated. We don't know too much else about the restoration, but it's the original parts that have been used in this. So it's not had a load of stuff replaced, the original parts. This is a very original motorcycle. And what a stunning looking bike it is. Absolutely fantastic. It's the bigger 750, of course. Oh, I've lost my place. I've lost my place. There are so many bikes in this sale. Hold on, let me fast forward a bit. Have I got to it? Yeah, there it is. It's £5,000 to £5,500 for that one. The 1972 Triumph Bonneville. What a great looking machine. Wow. Next to it, a Trident. I like a Trident. I didn't think I would till I rode one. It's purple as well. Purple. You never see a purple car these days or a purple bike, do you? In the 70s, people were more adventurous, I think, generally. And designers of whatever it was. I mean, I'm old enough to remember our living room in the 1970s. It was a riot of colours. I mean, there was not this good taste out the window. My dad would be sat there, brown flares, crazy cheesecloth shirt, medallion, big mad sideburns, smoking Rothmans, orange and brown sofa, yellow and green carpet, purple and pink curtains. Not quite, but you get my drift. Back then, people were far more likely to go out and go, do you know what I want? A purple motorbike. And when it was as good as this one, the 1972 Triumph 150 Trident, you realise why. Triumph's radical idea. Let's put the best of a twin-cylinder and a four-cylinder motorbike together. I know what we'll do. We'll make a triple. And they were right as well. It got the character of a twin-cylinder and the instant torquey response of a twin-cylinder with some of the smoothness and sophistication and power of a four-cylinder engine. This one is a four-speed with a matching frame and engine numbers. It's stunning. It says it's a stunning example. Well, it is, isn't it? Just look at it. Look at it. Absolutely fantastic. 2 keys. We've got the V5. It starts, runs and rides. MOT exempt, of course, at this age. The price, yours for between £6,000 and £6,500 this Friday. Come on, get registering to bid. You can't win it if you're not in it. Is my new catchphrase. So get in it by registering to bid. It's fairly straightforward. Another one, another Trident. Now, do we prefer this rounded tank to the tank that was on the other one? And do we prefer this colour scheme to the purple one? And do we prefer, instead of having a big whacking drum on the front of it, twin discs? Twin discs. They went from a drum to twin discs. Wow. 750 cc's, 73. Love it. Great looking machine. Got a kickstart. Do we get electric start as well on this? I think we do. Or don't we? No, just kickstart. Starts, runs and rides. We've got the V5. What a bike. Somebody's put, what a bike, exclamation mark on it. Did I write this? That's the sort of thing I'd say. What a bike, look at it. Come to us as part of a private collection, was being used as a Sunny Sundays toy right up until being brought here. Matching UK numbers. Twin front discs, wow, in 73. Stainless steel rims with new spokes, stainless air filter, ray gun silencers. Look at them ray gun silencers. I love it. They were put on the Rocket 3 BSA, which was BSA's version of a motorcycle with this engine. That is a great looking bike. Come on. Right, so matching numbers, ray gun silencers, which look to be sort of brand new. The rest of the bike has got a bit of wear on it, but nothing too serious. You'd expect that at 25,000 miles from new. The estimate on that fantastic bit of kit, British machinery, £5,000 to £5,500. I'm in love again. Twin discs on the front, from a big old drum, not just to a single disc, to twin discs, but big heavy bike and a fast bike. I like when people say, well, in its time, and you think, yeah, but, right? You know this. Don't know why I'm telling you this. You know this. 120 miles an hour on that, very different to 120 miles an hour on a new bike. Very different. I went 65 mile an hour on a 1911 matchless. Put the fear of God in me. I enjoyed it, but wasn't like doing 65 mile an hour or anything else. More purple motorcycles. How many purple motorcycles can you have in one sale? Well, 2. Although technically this is two-tone, isn't it? This is a 1970 Triumph Daytona 500. Matching numbers bike. Starts, runs and rides. We've got the owner's manual, loads of the old documents and receipts. I like these bar end mirrors. I'm going to turn that way because I think it would work better that way. Look at that. Look at the clocks on this one. I love it. 32,000 miles from new. Look how lovely those clocks are. Surely they've been refurbished or something. Can they be that nice and sort of, you know, be the original clocks? Look how great. Look at the paint on the tank. A couple of chips have been touched up, but I don't mind that at all. Saddle is in great condition, surely. Oh no, I was going to say, surely that can't be the original one. Well, the Triumph logo on the back is all worn away, so you can just see a ghost of it where it used to say Triumph. That brilliant Triumph script. The best badge in motorcycling. Perhaps not the best bike. Up for debate, that one, isn't it? But definitely the best badge. I love this bike. Fantastic. All of a sudden, I'm in love again with a 1970 Triumph Daytona 500, matching numbers machine, £4,500 to £5,000. Criminally cheap. I'll say it again. Here we go. Oh. 850 Commando, so 73, yeah. 850 Commando. Parallel twin, of course, matching engine and frame numbers, a mostly original bike. Norville front brake conversion. Look, a Norville front brake conversion with a look, let me move that bin. Lovely disc brake and the appropriate bracing there. AP Lockheed, yeah, of course, the people that basically invented disc brakes along with Jaguar cars. Or was it Dunlop? It was Dunlop, wasn't it? But AP Lockheed, very well thought of very well thought of because, you know, they made premium quality kit. This is a great looking machine. Overhead valve, pre-unit. What? Pre-unit? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is pre-unit. Look. Produced by Norton, featured an overbore to 850, aimed at torque rather than power. The Commando has done 12,500 miles from new. Of course, it's MOT exempt. It's got that fantastic disc brake conversion on the front, and it is an awesome piece of kit. Norton, made in England, mate. Look at that. Come on. How much? £5,000 to £5,500 for this beautiful example. I love this colour as well. It's very similar to Amaranth Red, that Triumph colour. And you know what I said about Triumph having the best badge in motorcycling? Norton. The unapproachable Norton. Come on. £5,000 to £5,500, 73 Norton Commando. I'm getting all excited. We've had some. This is right up my strasse of this sort of stuff. I mean, I love bikes. Like my upbringing, my taste in bikes is Catholic. I like the scooters. I like scooters. Don't hate me. But this stuff, this era of British bikes, because my dad had one of these. And I used to clamber up on it when I was a kid, try and reach the handlebars of his Commando. He forgot, I said this before, he forgot he had one. I said, Dad, do you remember that Commando you had? Didn't have a Commando, I had a Triumph and an Aerial, listed all his bikes, Yamaha. No, Dad, you had a yellow Norton Commando. No. Oh, yeah, I did. He'd forgotten it. I'll never forget it. Honda, my dad used motorbikes, what they used to be used for, going to work. He liked bikes, but wasn't obsessed like me. Probably for the best. Here's a bike with origins in the 60s, but this one was built in the 90s. It's a 1992 Honda CB750 F2, the 90s remake of the 70s classic. See, I think of something and think, there's a bit of berry insight for the people watching this preview video. There's a bit of hard-won knowledge, and then the lads upstairs that do all the hard work here, they've already written it down on here. A 90s remake of the 70s classic, although technically, lads, the CB750 was introduced in the 1960s. But I know what you mean. Inline four-cylinder, four-stroke, front and rear disc brakes, 5-speed gearbox, electric start. The UJM, the Universal Japanese Motorcycle. That's what this is, and that's what makes it such a good machine and an absolutely belting bargain with 50,000 miles on it, which it wears very lightly. Original. Yeah, it's just completely original. The only thing that's not original is that sort of tank protector. Everything else on this bike is just as Honda intended it to be. £1,000 to £1,500, the estimate on that one. I'll do a shimmy. I'll disappear for just a second. Then I'll reappear. Look at that. Before and after. RD250, nice original example, 96. Look how diddy it looks next to that Honda 750. Look at that, compact, low slung like me. 250cc, two-stroke parallel twin, air-cooled, 6-speed. This is an import. It was brought to the UK in 2020 from, I should imagine, the US of A. Yeah. 250 torque induction. Whoa. They loved a meaningless technical sort of statementy name to stick on the side of the bike back then, didn't they? The 250 was made between 73 and 87. There were 4 generations of the air-cooled models from 73 to 79, and then from 80 to 87, the liquid-cooled models. This bike was imported in 2020 and it's registered as historic, so it's exempt from tax and MOT. The vendor has done what to it? Reboring new pistons, new fuel tap pipes and lines, new battery, new front brake caliper and pads. Yup. New flasher unit, careful. New rev counter, cut cable source, but needs fitting. The bike requires fluids before it can be run. It was in full working order before it was drained. We've all been there. Love it, love the colours, proper 70s job. That's like an affordable Ford Capri from that era, isn't it? Performance cars from that era are insane amounts of money. How much is this one? Let's have a look. We estimate $3,750 to $4,250 on that 1974 Yamaha RD250. UK reg, tax and MOT exempt. A lot of the hard work done. Get bidding. Get online and get registering to bid. Z1000 R2 Eddie Lawson replica, but not green. The red, white and blue, baby. Because Eddie, was he from Texas? I think he was, wasn't he, Eddie Lawson? Definitely American. Not Welsh. Nothing wrong with the Welsh. Great riding country. And not far from here, unlike Scotland, which is great, but quite a way away. This is the sort of insight that you come to these videos for, isn't it? Wales is closer to the northwest of England than Scotland. That boy's a genius. Mind you, having said that, what was technically Lancashire, like that Northumbria and all that business, that was originally part of Lancashire. Yeah. Back to the bike. 1983. 83? There's no plate on the back. 1000cc, 4-cylinder, really nice example. 2 keys, no UK paperwork. This bike will need all work needed to UK register. So it's down to you on this one. It's got an EU registration. So it is an import, but not from Japan and not from the USA. So Sticker an the Tank is in German. Achtung. Zum ersten des Städtes Mitte von Askelin. Dann ist das Motorrad unken kann. Yeah, it's possibly been originally used in Germany. This is the benefit if you can come to the sale, because you can ask the questions, you can look at the bike, and you can make your own mind up about it. But this looks like a proper piece of kit which has done 30,000 kilometres in its life, which has been well maintained, looked after, and kept in fantastic order. Look at that fuel tank. There's not a mark. Well, there is a mark on it, but that's it. The estimate on this one, don't forget, 1000cc, 4-cylinder, 2 keys, but no UK papers. You've got to do all the paperwork stuff. Bear that in mind, but you might grab a bargain. £5,500 to £6,000 on the Z1000 R2 Eddie Lawson replica. Every time I see one of these, I always say how surprised I am to see one because they were made in such small numbers. However, lots of them were sold in the UK. First big bike, is it big? 400cc, first big bike I ever rode, Honda 404. An unmolested example. I remember when I was unmolested, long time ago. UK bikes, well, of course it's a UK bike, I've just said that. Starts, runs and rides. We've got receipts for all the work and the parts. They only made it between 75 and 77. It was debuted at Cologne and it was dropped a couple of years later. Air-cooled, transverse mounted, 400cc engine, inline 4, 2 valves per cylinder, operated by a single chain-driven overhead camshaft. 4 carburetors. The CB400F in great condition, an original, honest machine. What a good looking bike. I've got so much affection for this bike. It was such a friendly motorcycle to ride. It was so reliable, so predictable, and so well put together. Look at this one. 60,000 miles from new on this one since 1975. It's half a century old. What a bike. 3,000 to 3,500 for that Honda 404. Classic. They don't make them like that anymore. This is a good looking machine, isn't it? Look at that. Fantastic. Suzuki T500 Titan. It says here, the best one around. And that is hard to question. When you say, I hope Fraser can get, he's very good at this, but I hope he can get in here and just show you the quality of this bike. It's from 1973. Nut and bolt restoration, registered with the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. It's had a recent surface. It runs and rides perfectly, starts with ease, show-stopping bike, lovingly restored. We've got various images of the restoration work available to you. Wow. Look what they were doing in the 70s, the Japanese manufacturers. They were going, you know those sort of black bikes that the British used to try and sell you with sort of, you know, go-to-work specials and all that. Wouldn't you prefer to have something that looks like a rocket ship from outer space that was designed by Elvis while he was on something? I won't say what he was on. Yes, we want something with loads of shiny bits that makes an amazing racket and goes like hell. Okay, there you go. The Suzuki Titan 500. You can have one, and you could have that one for, we reckon, let me have a look at that. £7,000 to £7,500, a 73 Suzuki Titan. What a bike. I get a bit blasé about these. Oh, I like them bars. I call them Beatty bars, after the actor Warren Beatty, because in the movie Shampoo, where he plays a sort of, well, Austin Powers would later base part of the character, Mike Myers rather, the Liverpudlian actor, would base, it's from Liverpool, just down there. Like you could walk, basically. Take you a while, but you could. We're in Runcorn. Based Austin Powers on Warren Beatty. In the movie Shampoo, he plays a playboy, I'll put it politely, who likes the ladies and the ladies like him. And he gets between those ladies on a British motorcycle with handlebars just like that. Because when you're being filmed, they really need you to sit upright. They can't really have you bent because they can't see you. And so I call these sort of, we call them cow horns. We put them on our racer bikes and our Eddie Mux bikes back in the day. Cow horn bars. This is a 1983. Lovely big bore. Again, the lads coming through with the information that you need. Yeah, this is one of the later bikes with the bigger engine, 750cc. It was used regularly. It's got good tyres. We've got the previous MOTs. Service history and receipts are supplied. It runs quiet and smooth. Let's have a look at the mileage. 12,000. 12,000 miles from new, which was 1983. And it's been restored to a high standard. Wow, what a lot of bike for the money. What a lot of motorcycle. The T140 Bonneville 1983. 4,000 to £4,500 on that one. Right. It's the triumvirate of set six. Yeah, because we've got them all. Look at this. First, and I think it was first, was the Benelli. This is the Benelli 900C, which of course means 6. I think these guys got to a 6-cylinder inline motorcycle before anybody else. A genuine example of this iconic machine. I remember it being in the Guinness Book of Records. Now, look at that clock. Thank you, Fraser, because what people will notice is these wacky clocks that only go up to 80 miles an hour, what's all that about? We're there, a 55, for like, you know, a Sammy Hagar of the Montroses, and later the Van Halen said, I don't drive 55. That was the double nickel, the speed limit in them United States where they wanted to sell this. 1,662 miles from brand new. 1,662 miles since 1983. A 6-cylinder motorcycle. We've got the old documents and receipts. We've got the V5. It's a one-owner bike. This is unique. I'm going to say this. Nowhere else in the world is an idiot like me stood here in front of a bloke holding a camera trying to hype. There's no need to hype this bike. 1,600 miles from new. One owner, Benelli 6. You will not find it. I'm saying it. You will not find this anywhere else in the world. We've got it here at Manor Park. One owner from new. Benelli 6. The one that I was reading about in the Guinness Book of Records. The world's first 6-cylinder production motorcycle is made in Italy by the Benelli Corporation. 900 cc's. Wow. I'm not surprised to find that the estimate on this is between £10,000 and £12,000, but that, for what is surely, and please somebody tell me why the Speedo only went up to 80. That's got to be some sort of American thing, yeah? Tell me in the comments, say, oh yeah, they won't let people put more than 80. Because, come on, look at that motor. Look at that lump. When they say lump, they meant it on this one. This would do more than 80 miles an hour. Why does the Speedo only go up to 80? I'm thinking it's the Americans. You tell me I'm right or wrong. 10 to 12 grand on that one. 83 Benelli, 906. Kawasaki Z1300. What a bike. Look how big it is. It's massive. 1980s 6-cylinder superbike, 82. there's me saying, oh yeah, Benelli were first with the 82 Kawasaki. I still think Benelli were first. I'll look into it. Put me right in the comments or come up to me on the day. The best thing is, come up to me on Friday and go, oh, Barry, I enjoy your previews of the bikes and the sale, the increasing number of bikes you have at Manor Park. However, your information on the Benelli side was quite misleading. Right, because you all talk like that. What a bike. You know about this bike, the Z1300 4-stroke inline 6-cylinder with electric start. Thank God it's got it. Mind you, would it be that hard to start? Yeah. Hardest kickstart ever for me. There's a fella called Pat French, and he had what was supposed to be the most powerful BSA Gold Star in the world. 70 horsepower on methanol. I kicked it. I fired it third time. People were fainting with amazement. I didn't break my ankle either, which I was very happy about. But this one, of course, is electric start, shaft drive, registered historic, 5-speed gearbox, 1300cc, made from 1979 to 1989, water-cooled, of course. The high piston speed limited the maximum RPM. Let's have a look. What does it go up to? Yeah, 8,000 RPM. Not that high particularly. Rectangular headlight up front, one-piece dual seat with a passenger grab rail and a dual exhaust system. This one's got 54,000 miles on it. It's a great big lump of a muscle bike, and the estimate is 5,750 to 6,250 pounds. Of course, it's tax and MOT exempt and all that, so you don't have to bother with any of that. But obviously, if you didn't keep up the maintenance, and this one obviously has, look at it, this is all in the wheels, the tyres, the brakes, everything's in great order. If you didn't keep that in great order, you're an idiot. Because, you know, they're quick and they're heavy, and once these get moving, they get moving. I can't believe that people like Arto Nyquist and Gary Rothwell used to do stunts on one of these. Yes, people on YouTube, men of the internet, you TikTokers, I've seen you doing stuff on modern 600s. Come back and do it on one of these and I'll be impressed. Like Gary Rothwell and Arto Nyquist and people like, well, particularly Gary Rothwell, who's from Liverpool, which, as I pointed out earlier, is just over there. We're in Runcorn. Come and see us this Friday. Like I said, we've got the triumvirate. We've got all three. This was the best, wasn't it? The CBX. I think so. What a noise these make. Has this got the 6-into-1 exhaust? Let me have a look. No, 6-into-2. They sound crazy. They sound like Formula 1 cars when you get them going. Right, so, red line on the Kawasaki, about 8,000. Red line on the Honda, because it's a Honda, 10,000. Look at that. CBX 1000. A very original example from 1980. Chain drive. Chain drive? Crazy. You'd think they'd all be shaft drive, wouldn't you? But no, chain drive, electric start, 5-speed gearbox, made from 1978 to 1982. Yeah, you forget. Wasn't a success at the time. It kind of, back in the day, Edward Turner, the great Triumph designer, had said that the working man didn't want a machine that he couldn't maintain himself. So if you made more than two cylinders was pushing it. Really, he wanted a single. Honda went, no, what they want is an incredibly technologically advanced and sophisticated bit of kit. And there it is, the CBX 1000. And also, it's a ton of money. They couldn't sell them. I've watched Jay Leno. What a cracking bloke he is. The greatest petrol head on the planet, Mr. Jay Leno. Talking about his much-loved CBX, which was the first brand new vehicle he ever bought, and saying he got it on a discount and it'd been sat in the showroom for over a year. They couldn't sell them. Now rightly recognised as an all-time stone cold classic, and it could be yours, this one from 1980, in very original condition with 38,000 miles on it for between £9,000 and £11,000. Here's where it started, 1973, Honda CB750. Well, in some ways, Honda are a hard company to categorise unless you sort of acknowledge that they did everything. and they did everything well, everything. Whether it was tiddlers for the masses to get them to work, or fun bikes for moneyed middle-class types to put on their boat or their RV or whatever, or crazy two-stroke screamers for supercharged teenagers, or big touring bikes for respectable couples. They did everything. But the first superbike, this is it. Is it the first superbike? Many people believe so. The Honda CB 754. From 1973, this one. It's a lovely running example. 4-cylinder inline, front and rear drum brakes. No, hold on. It's got a disc on the front. Yes, of course it has. Because it's sophisticated and well equipped. Surprisingly well equipped for a bike from 1973. This is why Honda became the dominant force in motorcycling in the world from nothing. Soichiro Honda, you've got to remember, he was a blacksmith, an apprentice blacksmith as a young man. And in his lifetime, not like his son, his grandson, whatever, in his lifetime, he goes from being an apprentice blacksmith to being the largest manufacturer of engines in the world. Not motorcycle engines, engines, internal combustion engines. Honda, the largest manufacturer, more than anyone else in the world, from an apprentice blacksmith. What a guy. Why hasn't somebody made a movie about him? They should. This is a really, really nice example of the CB 750. It's a K3, 5-speed gearbox, electric start, complete bike, just needs UK registration. Right, okay. So it is an import. It's in fantastic condition. What's the mileage on it? Is that 10,000? Something like that? Yeah, 10,000 miles on those green-faced clocks, which I keep banging on about. I just think they're so... Every time I look at them, I just think, yeah, they did things differently. No wonder the Japanese took over the motorcycle industry. Maybe the Chinese are going to do to them what they did to us. But there you go. 1973 Honda CB750. Estimate is £6,500 to £7,000 on that 1973 machine. You do need to complete the UK registration of it though. And this is what Suzuki came up with to try and mess with the mighty Honda. What a bike. I was talking to somebody. The only Japanese bike is a real Italophile. That means he likes Italian things. You knew that, didn't you? He's a real Italophile, whether it's cars or bikes or sort of fashion or furniture or whatever. A real admirer and student. He's actually a documentary filmmaker, and he was talking about his love of his Japanese bikes, but he'd only ever owned one Japanese bike, and it was one of these. The GT 750 water-cooled two-stroke from Kawasaki. The kettle, the iconic kettle, on account of it being water-cooled, so it brews up. 3 cylinders instead of 4, 2-stroke instead of 4-stroke, a different, sportier, much sportier than a 754 Honda in many respects. Faster accelerating, bigger top speed, hence double discs on the front in 1974. This one is low miles, 23,000 from new. It's not a lot in all that time, is it? This one came to us as part of a large collection. It is, of course, UK registered. It's a UK bike. We've got the V5 for it. Great colour as well. Really great colour. Look at all this bright work. Buy one of these and you've got to love polishing. You've either got to love polishing or you've got to have staff that do that sort of thing for you. I know a bloke who's got a big old collection of bikes like this, and he's got a Scottish geezer who does all the cleaning and all the polishing for him. I love it. Look how big it is. Massive big bike. Nothing sounds like this. That bloke who likes Italian stuff, he went from a Ducati to one of these, and he said it had character in the way that his Italian bikes did. What appealed to him about this was how different it was. So Suzuki hadn't just copied Honda, which Kawasaki did to a degree with the Z1, although they were developed more or less at the same time. So who copied who, really? Suzuki went, no, we'll go a different way. 3 cylinders, water-cooled, 2-stroke. Something a bit different, something fantastic, something that looks great, sounds great, and goes really well, and could be yours in this sale for between £9,000 and £11,000. This one. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, which one's that? It's the KZ1000 ST, a very original machine. 5-speed air-cooled, 1000cc 4-cylinder, 4-stroke from Kawasaki. They made these from 78 to 90 to 76 to 77. Wow. So they made this bike for like 1 year. The KZ1000 ST. Electric start, shaft drive, 5-speed gearbox, air-cooled. I'm not sure. I don't think this is the sort of bike that you would buy just to be in a collection or just to show. It's not. It'd take a lot of work to get it up to that standard. It's a good, honest, used motorcycle with lots and lots of miles left in it. It looks great. It looks like it's had a life. It's only done 12,500 miles since 1979. But it's cheap. It's really cheap. The estimate is £2,750 to £3,250. A rare bike. They made this model. Obviously, they made a bike like this for a long time. But this model, 1 year, air-cooled, 5-speed, electric start, shaft drive. The Kawasaki KZ1000 ST. Suzuki GS1000S. GS though, come on. GS though, G. Yeah? Imported in 1999. Fantastic paint job. You're not kidding. That is absolutely spot on. Complete chassis restoration. The tank's been restored. The chassis has been restored. The motor sounds and runs sweet. The exhaust and wheels are in fantastic condition. They're Mortad exhausts. Yeah, it's a 4-into-1 Mortad on there, which of course was a popular period modification to get rid of the great big drain pipe that was fitted originally. These shocks look brand new as well. Comes with the paperwork and MOT history. This is a really nice bike. What's the mileage on it? 27,000 from new, which was 1989. A beautiful, beautiful, fully restored example. Superbike grips. I like them. I use them for what it's worth. Look at the wheels. Look at the tyres. Wow. Somebody spent a ton of dough and a lot of time on making this bike as good as it can be. The estimate is £4,000 to £4,500 on that 1989 Suzuki GS1000G. Kawasaki Z1. Need I say more? I will. Inline 4 UK bike, last owner since 2009. Very usable. We've got the documents and the receipts to go with it for all the money that's been spent on it and what's been done to it. The paintwork's lovely. It's got a Marshall. Marshall, you don't see many of them. Wow, a Marshall exhaust on it. The old 4-into-1 on there. The saddle's in great condition. Good tyres on it. We've got 2 keys. We've got the V5. You won't believe how cheap it is. Like it says here, it's a usable example. You're not going to be going to Stafford and coming home with a pot, having won some sort, or a rosette with this bike. But who cares? It's a Z1, 1975 Z1. Last owner since 2009. Very usable. V5, 2 keys, £5,500 to £6,000. Wow. An iconic classic. Just think how much a 3-litre Capri from the same period would be. Tens of thousands of pounds. But you can have something which is equally iconic, led the way, one of the best looking motorcycles ever made, and potentially you could be the low estimate, £5,500. Why? I don't know. I think bikes like that should be worth more. Perhaps you do. But if you're a buyer, what a bargain. It's a buyer's market. £5,500 for that potentially, plus of course the fees and the buyer's premium and all that sort of stuff. But what a bargain, look at that. Tax disc is out of date though, look. Ridiculous, it's more than 10 years out of date. Gonna get rid of that, sort that out. 2003 was the 100th anniversary of Harley-Davidson, and they celebrated in all sorts of ways, including a big bash in Minehead in Somerset for the 100th anniversary. Yes, it was at the Pontins, or was it Butlins? It was either Pontins or Butlins, I can't remember. But I can remember getting a groin strain on the bungee jump. I'll never forget that. Still get a twinge every now and again. They made this as part of the celebration. It's a 2003 Harley-Davidson VRSCA, better known as the V-Rod. Yes, Porsche were involved in the design of this water-cooled engine, V-twin 4-stroke, water-cooled, 5-speed manual and belt drive. Now, this bike has done, since 2003, which is 22 years ago, 60 miles. And you think to yourself, that's quite remarkable. It's only done 60 miles since then, Steve. But it looks like it's been ridden because if you look round it, even though it's very presentable and in good order, it's obviously been ridden because look, there's some corrosion down here. There's a bit of chrome missing off the peg there. You know, it could do with a little bit of work there. So it has been ridden. Yeah, like I said, it's been ridden 62 miles. But it's never been registered. We don't know why. If you buy this bike for between £7,000 and £7,500, find another one. 2003 100th anniversary V-Rod. Do you like it? I like it. It's a good looking bike. I like riding them. I rode one at the time. I rode one all the way down to Minehead. And I liked it. It's got its own distinctive way of doing things, but still very much a Harley. But like I said, unregistered, and so you'd have to deal with that. Obviously, we've got all the paperwork, you know. Well, it's not dodgy, but it's just gonna. We were surprised to find it wasn't registered. It had a number plate on it when it arrived here, but because we do things properly at Manor Park, that's why we're telling you that's the situation with this bike. Grab a bargain. Find another V-Rod anywhere in the world that's for sale with an estimate of between £7,000 and £7,500 of your English pounds with 62 miles on the odometer. You won't. That's what we do here. We have once-in-a-lifetime offers, bikes you won't find anywhere else. Behind it, now, earlier I mentioned that as motorcyclists, we tend not to go in for private registrations. But I wonder, Fraser, if you could shimmy around and show the good people the personalised registration which is available with this 2009 Harley-Davidson FLHX Street Glide and the number plate Boss Hog. That's what I'm talking about. Them Duke boys, Enos, get in here. Yes, I did see Enos, because that was his name. Look at this, what a bike. Very much in the contemporary bagger style. Of course, you've got King of the Baggers now, with people like Jeremy McWilliams going over to the States and getting involved in bagger racing. Some people find that a bit ridiculous. I think that virtually all motorsport is, at the same time, wonderful and ridiculous. You know, why not? If the bikes are popular, why not race them? And it's really good. It's a great spectacle, bagger racing. Is this really a bagger? The FLHX Street Glide? Because it reminds me of the sort of bikes, have you seen them lads, what are they called? Unlimited Industries on, or is it Unknown? See, I can't remember now. I've got it over my head. I've tried to get down with the kids and this sort of bagger culture which seems to have come out of skateboarding and BMX and sort of tattooing and alternative music and all that sort of stuff. The same way that choppers came out of a similar sort of cultural movement that was all to do with the way you dress, the music you like, the stimulants that you preferred, the bagger culture, which this bike seems to epitomise to me, has come out of that. Great looking piece of kit. So much extra gear on this one. Huge upgrade on standard. Look at that front wheel. A 24-inch front wheel. Wireless key and ignition lock. It runs and rides great. It sounds magnificent. It is from 2009, but so much extra stuff going on. And of course, no one's going to forget the Boss Hog. You have to wear a white suit and a cowboy hat when you ride this. You have to. That's the law, right? And you could be riding this bike. If you're into this sort of thing, come on. If you're into this, you're going to look at it and going to go, yeah, I can see how much extra money has been spent on that custom seat, on these performance machine boards. It's all been upgraded. It's all been altered, exchanged, traded in. 24-inch front wheel. Come on, mate. Is that what they call... Don't take this the wrong way. Is that what they call, like, when it's a clown bike? Don't take it the wrong way. When they get these massive front wheels on it. A mate of mine built one of these. It cost him a ton of money. All this stuff doesn't come cheap. 11,000 to 13,000 is our estimate. If you're interested in this, you'll know exactly what you're looking at. You'll know exactly how much it would cost to replicate this bike. 11,000 to 13,000 pounds. The 2009 Harley Davidson FLHX Street Glide. Enough of that. Let's get over here. Fireblade. There it is. $19.99. I'm happy now. I'm in my happy place. Look. 1999 Honda CBR 900RR Blade. It's a UK bike. Great project. What's the mileage on this one? It's come as part of a collection. It's digitalis, so we can't see the mileage that's been done on this one. It's all there. It's all together. I haven't got too much information about it. But what I do know is it's that part of collection. We've got over 50 bikes in this sale from one person. And the guy's going to be here on Friday. Hopefully I'll get to meet him and get to find out. Apparently he's in the trade just over the years. He got offered these bikes. If the price was good, he took it. And he got to the point where he thought, I've got to get rid of some of them. And he liked the cut of our jib, so he sent them to us. If the price was right, he snapped them up. Didn't do too much with them, just stored them. And so that's what's happened with this bike. Like I say, it's a 99 blade. We don't know what the mileage is on it because we haven't fired it up and got it to tell us digitally what the mileage is on. And we haven't had a look at the paperwork. You can see some upgrades, grips, screen. What pipe's on it? Is it a Beowulf or something like that? Yeah, it's got some modest upgrades. The foot pegs are different. Adjustable levers. And of course, wavy discs. We knew it was going to have wavy discs, didn't we? 1,200 to 1,700 quid is the estimate on that 1999 Fireblade. And you won't be too far away from having a very nice bike for a very small amount of money if you register online to bid on that bike this coming Friday. 2004 Suzuki GS 600? 500. GS 500. Yeah? Yes, 500. It's A2 license compliant. Great first big bike. It says here we haven't got a V5. You'll have to apply for that. We've got one key for it. There's no reserve. Great starter bike. What's the mileage? 30,000. 30,000 on this. Yeah, This is a good, honest, do everything bike, and the price reflects that. There's no reserve on this one. The 2004 GS 500 K4. And if you want one of these, you know, for where you are in getting through the ludicrously overcomplicated licensing system which exists in this country to try and dissuade people from taking to motorcycles, yes, we all thought that, didn't we? We all know that that's what it's about. But that bike could be a big help for you. Your first big bike, maybe, and no reserve on that one. The Suzuki GS 500. It's mean, it's green, it's a Kawasaki Ninja. It is, in fact, a ZX7R, classic ZX7R. No reserve on this one, a great project. Again, part of the collection. 750 inline 4-cylinder, iconic, it says here, 1990s sports bike. You're not kidding. This was the one that all the fast lads wanted because it offered the sort of performance that they were after at a very affordable price, and it will do this Friday in our sale because this bike with 26,500 miles on it will offer somebody a very affordable way into an iconic 90s sports bike, ZX7R Ninja. Even people at work who don't know about bikes will go, is it a Ninja? And you can go, yeah, it is. It's a Ninja. Look, it says it there. And there. And in all kinds of other places. 1998 Honda CBR 900 RRR Fireblade. A no reserve project bike. Again, the guy would get these bikes. They're all much of a muchness, aren't they? Somebody bought them. You know exactly the story here, don't you? Somebody bought this back in 1998. Used it for a few years. Then life got in the way. Yeah. Every Sunday they were out with the lads. Every few weeks from Easter right up till the end of September, they'd go off on a big long ride somewhere. Down into Wales, up into Scotland, wherever you and the lads went, down to Le Mans, to the Bordeaux, to whatever, to the TT. Then life gets in the way. You put it in the back of the shed and you think, I better get rid of that bike. I haven't ridden it for years. And the fella who's consigned his collection to this sale would snap them up. People knew he'd give you cash money for your bike. And that's why there are so many of them that are so similar. A few years of use, and like with this one, you know, what's it going to have done this? 30, 40,000 miles from new? Something like that. We don't know because we can't switch it on and get the digital readout of what it's done on the digital odometer. It's a great project bike. Everything's there. Everything's in good order. Look at that. Yoshimura pipe. Quality. Needs a clean. Needs sorting out. Needs going through. Carbon fibre bit. Hugger there on the back. Tinted screen. Says fast bikes. I'm surprised it doesn't say no fear or Fat Willie's Surf Shack or something like that on it. Of its time, isn't it? Great project bike, as it says here. And here's the best bit. 1998 Honda CBR 900 RR Fireblade. No reserve. That will sell on Friday. Talking about these the other day. Saying how underrated they were. Suzuki SV1000. Yeah, it's not really the sort of bike that gets anything like the credit that it deserves. This one, it's a bit of a custom job. It's got a custom spray job. It's got ghouls and ghosts and demons, all sorts of all over the bodywork. It's got these handlebars, riser handlebars, making it more comfortable. Perhaps more comfortable to ride because, of course, it means you're more upright, and it's got the same screen. Well, it's got an aftermarket tinted screen, but it has got it's got a screaming skull on the mudguard, wavy discs. Of course, it's got wavy discs, clear indicators. It's of its time. It was customised probably back in 2003 when it was new. A super fun naked bike. We haven't got a V5 for this one. We haven't got a key for this one, unfortunately. It's a bit of a project, but it's got some nice gear on it. Steel braided lines, custom seat, aftermarket exhaust, and it's no reserve. Again, it's digital on the mileage, so we can't confirm that. We've got no paperwork. Like I say, no V5 with this one. I feel a bit negative sometimes when I'm telling you what's wrong with things, but we want to be upfront and we want to be honest with you. We want you to, in the same way that we've got bikes that are absolutely mint and totally immaculate, like that Ducati V4S, or there was a Norton back there that's just absolute perfection. And of course, the price will reflect that. But we're not afraid to put bikes in here which are, like this one, a project bike. It's all there. It's not like it's a box of bits. It's all there. It just needs some work. We're not sure how much, and so we don't try and pretend that we know. What we say is this: we don't know. We haven't fired it up. We don't know what mileage it's done. We haven't got paperwork, but it's from 2003. It's an SV1000. It's got a great paint job, if you like that sort of thing, and it's no reserve. 2003 Kawasaki ZX6R. It's a Ninja. Middleweight sports bike, 636 inline, fuel injected 4-cylinder. Fuel injection by this point, of course, 2003. Is it a track bike? They're very track focused, these 600 Kawasaki's. Not exactly built with comfort in mind. They are built for speed. If that's what you want, I don't think it'll come much cheaper than this. We can't tell you too much about it. Again, it came from the collection. It's got a few bits and bats, like a carbon hugger on the back there. Have we got some carbon up front as well? No, we've got plastic. It's had some wear. Again, digital odometer. We can't tell you exactly what it has done. There's obvious signs of big miles and a lot of wear and tear on here, but it's all there and it's no reserve. 2003 Kawasaki ZX6R Ninja. If you're looking for a project, relatively straightforward one. Another blade, 2001. So it's 929 inline 4. The V5 will need applying for. We have one key for this. Yep. It has an Lithuanian registration plate on the back. So this is one of them lads that came over, innit? Working on the sites, making some money. What was it? Working on the site from morning till night. That's living all right. He was living all right here in the UK, and he came over on this blade, and he left it here, I would imagine. Anyway, he sold it. The fella that had this collection was known for paying cash money for used bikes. That's why he ended up with so many of them, including this one, 2001 Honda Fireblade. We don't know too much more about it. It's got a steering damper on there. It's got a wacky non-see-through broken screen on it. And there is no reserve on this much. So it's the PGM F1. So it's fuel injected, 2001 Honda Fireblade. Aftermarket exhaust, steering damper, that needs replacing. But it's all there. No reserve on that one. The 2001 Honda Fireblade. Over here, sir. $1995. The mid-90s. I like the mid-90s. It was great. I was big in the 90s. And so was the Kawasaki ZX-R 750R Ninja. This one is an inline 4-cylinder, 748 cc's. We have some receipts. Somebody started rubbing that down to repaint it in mean green, although this needs some work. Obviously, there's been a bit of plastic welding going on there to try and repair this fairing. Some deep scratches there. It's a project bike. Signs of wear and tear, scratches, scrapes. Saddle's good. Got a plate on it, sold new from Colwyn Bay Motorcycles in Colwyn Bay. 38,000 miles from new. That's as much as I can tell you about it, apart from letting you know what we estimate, and these are estimates, don't forget, what we estimate this bike will sell for in our sale here at Manor Park, the Northwest's only permanent classic car and motorcycle auction house. That means we're here all the time. And if you consign your bike to us, it's kept inside in this fantastic, dry and heated and air-conditioned building. 1,500 to 2 grand on the 95 Kawasaki ZX750R Ninja. 1,500 to 2 grand. Yeah, the paint's not great, but the plastics are all good. There's no horrible nasty scratches. Nothing's bent or missing or anything like that. Fairly big miles, but be a good project that for you. Classic insurance on that. And it's 30 years old now. ZX750R's 30 years old. Right. GSX-R 600, relentless. We are relentless in our ambition to sell this bike to you. So it's an original limited edition Relentless from 2005. Last MOT, no advisories. This bike retailed at an extra 700 quid on top of the price of a regular GSX-R 600 because the aftermarket stuff like the seat hump, I think the exhausts and decals, a couple of other things. Adjustable levers, yes. Yeah, good looking machine. Goes well, obviously. It's a GSX-R 600 from 2005. It's done 20,000 miles from new, and we reckon, oh my God, this is so cheap. Don't tell me you're not tempted. Ewan McGregor, Shallow Grave. Just in case you're wondering, it's an especially bad impression, but you know. Anyway, a grand to 1,500 quid, we reckon, on this one. The 2005 GSX-R 600 Relentless. A grand to 1,500 quid. We're giving it away. More Kawasaki mean greenness now with the 1999 ZX-7R Ninja. Great project, 750cc's. Do we have the mileage on this one? Yes, it's just over 30,000 miles from new. Let me see what's extra. That exhaust, but it's a bit horrible, so let's not concentrate on that. It's got crash bungs on there. Tyres are good. It's a UK bike. Heated grips, I can see there. I wonder if they work. That fairing has seen better days and needs some work. But everything down here looks to be in fairly good order. This would be the benefit with bikes like this, as we say, from a collection where the bloke was in the trade, in the business, people would offer him bikes for cash money. He would give him a bag of cash and wheel it out of the van into his premises, where they've sat for a good many years while he's wondered which ones he wanted to keep and which ones he wanted to get rid of. These are the ones that he wanted to get rid of. We don't know too much about them. A lot of them, the odometer is digital. We don't even know the mileage on them. Perhaps they don't have a V5. This one has a V5. We do know it's done just under 31,000 miles. And a 1989 Kawasaki ZX-7R Ninja is for sale this Friday with no reserve. Speaking of ZX-7R Ninjas, yeah, they weren't all green. Some of them look like this one. This one's done 16,500 miles from new since 1996, which is nothing. It's nearly 30 years old. So it's 500 miles a year, isn't it? Super low mileage, as it says, a great project. We only have the V5 green slip, not the complete V5, and we only have one key with it. It came to us from the collection. It's been dry stored in a private building, was transported here by the vendor. It needs recommissioning. Let's have a quick look. That rear tyre isn't the best. New grips. Front tyre, there's plenty of life left in that, and it looks like a decent tyre as well. It looks like it's from a quality manufacturer. And all this is very clean down here. There's not, well, this is reflected in the fact that it's only done 16,500 miles, 500 miles a year since it was brand new back in 1996, nearly 30 years ago. No reserve on that one. The ZX-7R Ninja. Next to it is another blade. Another blade. I think I get so blasé about one of the most iconic performance motorcycles of all time. As you know, 918 inline four-cylinder engine. This one is a UK bike. It's done. We don't know. digital. It's got a Quill aftermarket exhaust. It's got an aftermarket screen. It's got a data tool alarm. And on the number plate, Fraser, you've got to come round here and see this number plate. Just come round here. And if somebody says, at work says, oh, I hear you got yourself a motorbike, you know, you've done it quite unexpectedly. And I also hear that you've got a different living arrangement. And you could say, yeah, I decided to grow a pair. And do you know what I did? I ditched the wife and I got a life. Come on. And there he is. Old Taz, the Tasmanian devil. I used to have a 3-litre Alfa Romeo with Tasmanian devil mud flaps on it. The kids loved it. The wife hated it. The ex-wife. Get one of these. Come on, I ditched the wife. I got a life. And I'm going to guess it's no reserve. Oh, no. No, we have an estimate. Which is, yeah, and this one's a UK bike. So there's no difficulty with that. We got the V5 with it and everything. 1,200 to 1,700 quid. Wow, that's unbelievable. That is cheap. It's a Fireblade. 1998 Honda Fireblade. 1,200 to 1,700 quid. Come on. Speaking of classics, Suzuki GSX-R 750, 1992. The estimate is 3,000 to 4,000. Hold on, 3,500 to 4,000 on this one. 749, 4-stroke, 4-cylinder, great bike. Seems very original. It's been in storage for a few years apparently and will need recommissioning. We have the original owner's handbook, some of the old documentation. We have the V5. There's one key with it, and it's got a performance bike. Come on. This is from the heyday of super sports motorcycles in the UK, isn't it? When Performance Bikes magazine wasn't just one of the best-selling bike magazines, it was one of the best-selling magazines in the UK. It was up there with like the Radio Times and stuff like that back in the day. Mileage, 26,337, just under 26,500 miles, but that's in 33 years. So less than 1,000 miles a year on it, which seems like a crying shame. Very clean, this one. Bodywork's in great condition. And as we say, the estimate on that one, reflecting the better condition of this bike and the fact that we've got the V5, it's a UK bike and all that business, it's 3,500 to 4,000 pounds. ZX-7R Ninja. Wow, you realise how popular these bikes were when you see so many of them. And the reason they were popular is because they were really good. 749cc inline 4. It's a UK bike. We have the V5 on this one. It looks like somebody's removed that pillion seat pad. I'm sure we have it somewhere, he said confidently. 46,000 miles from new. No reserve on this 90s UK classic in the best combination of colours. Kawasaki Team Green on white, like you're a racer and you're like in the World Superbike Championship or something like that. I don't know. You know, like back in the day. What a great way to relive the 90s. Oof! Come on, what did I just say? I'm in love. I'm in love again. My favourite paint job on any blade, possibly on any bike. Urban Tiger Fireblade. Come on, coffee and cream. It don't get much better than that. UK bike, 900cc. What am I saying? 900. It's a blade. 900cc, 4-cylinder from 1994, 31 years ago. 2 keys. We have the V5. It's a UK bike. Mileage is pretty hefty on this one. 61,500 miles. It's got an aftermarket exhaust, which looks a bit too modern for my taste. I've been replacing that with like a Two Brothers or what else was big back in the... They were the best ones, with like the Texas flag on. Yeah, fantastic. Love it. Urban Tiger Fireblade, little number plate. It's illegal, but hey, come on, officer. It's from the 90s. We all had diddy little number plates back in the day. Got a bit of a Honda branded muff round there. A bit of carbon fibre trim that doesn't do much, and it's got one of those toweling things around the master cylinder there on the front brake. Fantastic. Nearly 62,000 miles reflected in the price. A classic bike in a classic colourway. The estimate is £1,250 to £1,750. 1994 Honda CBR 900RR Urban Tiger. These blades are everywhere. I was going to do a joke about blades then, but that'd just get me in trouble, wouldn't it? You're not allowed to joke about anything now. Not like back in the 90s. Oh, they were better times. Relive those better times on this. 2000. Year 2000. CBR 900RR blade. Very complete project bike. Iconic colourway. Yeah, this is the... is this the anniversary colourway? Heated grips. We have heated grips. Hot grips. Oxford hot grips. Trying to look at anything else that's extra. An unbranded aftermarket silencer, he said in inverted commas. Carbon fibre rear hugger. We got a bit of carbon at the front. No, plastic. Tinted screen. Mileage. I bet it's digital by this point. Yeah, it is. So, do we know? We don't. It's a very complete project. It's a 2000 25-year-old Honda Fireblade. And the estimate on this bike, which, yeah, it's had a life. It's been through the... It's had some good times. You know, it's had some bad times. But it's all there. If you can, come down and have a look. Oh, hold on. Rentec grab rail. In fact, wasn't that like if you took it off, it was part of a luggage system that slotted over it? Wasn't it? When they tried to persuade you that you should put a big luggage bag instead of a person, because a person doesn't really fit there. I mean, look where the peg is, look where the seat is. So, unless you can get Kylie Minogue or somebody like that to agree to go on the back, it's not really person-sized, is it? But they tried to get you to put your luggage on there. UK bike, we've got the V5, one key, 1,200 to 1,700 quid. 2001 Kawasaki ZX6R Ninja. Nice example, iconic colours. You'll need to apply for the V5 on this one. With a lot of these bikes, the V5 has gone missing at some point in the proceedings. It's not... And some people are going to go, oh, is there no V5? Yeah, well, I'm not going to stand here in front of a load of dodgy bikes and go, oh, yeah, you might get a V5, you might... There's nothing dodgy about it. It's just life, isn't it? The geezer's bought them, the paperwork didn't come with it. He's paid cash money for the bike, whatever's gone on. So at some point, the bike and the paperwork have got separated. That is reflected in the estimate on this bike, which is no reserve. There's your estimate, no reserve. Power Bronze aftermarket fairing. Power Bronze aftermarket. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's got two tailpipes. Evo, Blue Flame Evo. Woohoo! Look at that. Look at all this. This all needs cleaning up. This is a job for you to do when you buy this. You've got to go through it, just clean all this stuff up, get a bit of sort of wet and dry, get it on there. It would be lovely. Aftermarket hugger on the back. Saddle's in good order. Mileage is digitalis, so we can't bring that up for you, unfortunately. You'll need a V5, you'll need an MOT. You'll need to sort it out, but it's all here. No reserve on the 2001 ZX6R Ninja. Fraser, you're going to have to do a bit of a shimmy round here to look at the extreme gorgeousness. What is this Benelli Tornado 900? Only 4,700 miles since 2009. What a great looking bike. The Tornado 3. Novecento. And of course, that means 900. Where are the rear view mirrors? I don't know. Don't ask me. It's had a recent service, super low miles, like we said, 4,700 in 16 years. Not a lot, is it? It's in great order, as you'd imagine it would be. What a machine. It's all there. Motor runs smoothly. It's had a recent service, runs and rides perfectly. It's had new tyres. We've got 2 keys. And, would you believe, no reserve. That bike will sell at our sale here at Manor Park this coming Friday. What a sexy beast that is. Plus, you don't need rear view mirrors on that. If you need rear view mirrors on this, you're not going fast enough. There you are. But I don't know if you can use that as an excuse if you get pulled over by the cops. Steve Berry said that, no, no, not my fault. Right, that's not that bike. And it's not that one, and it's not that one, and it's not that one. So, oh, is it that one? No, we're back down there. Back down the bottom. Walk this way. If I could walk this way, I wouldn't need to wear the special trousers. Here's one of the people who actually makes it happen here at Manor Park. You'll know this gentleman from our update videos and such like.
Absolutely. We changed the order for you to confuse you.
This is our biggest sale, isn't it?
144 bikes.
Why do you think we've got so many bikes in the sale? Is it anything to do with me?
Yes, always. Always to do with you.
Thank you, mate. I'll give you the money after.
Enjoy.
Down here, Fraser. Oh, what a lovely thing this is. Wow, it's funny, isn't it? You see some of the bikes that we've got here, project bikes, obviously, you know, and we're very honest about that, and they've had such a hard life, and then you see something like this, which has so obviously been much loved and led a cosseted life, an easy life, and it's done 31,700 miles. It's got an MOT until August 2025. It is, of course, the iconic R1 with its 1000cc inline 4-cylinder engine, and it's a 6-speed manual. This one is a UK bike from new. It's in full running order. It's got great tyres on it. A titanium silencer. That was the standard silencer. I think it was the optional standard silencer. So it wasn't standard, but you could have it as an option when the bike was new. I just think this is such a good looking bike, and as a performance icon. Bits of it look a bit old school now because it's 25 years old. Like the levers and the adjusters on there, and some of it compared to a modern motorcycle does look a bit old school. But to me, that's one of the bonuses of this bike. It is what it is, an icon of its own era. And of course, it was available in the blue, looked amazing. But I think this, red, white, and black, best. This is the best livery for an R1. Very original, £3,000 to £3,500. I say all that, and I say it's got 30,000 miles. It's 25 years old, so it's what? It's just more than 1,100 miles a year. It's nothing. It's been well looked after. It's been well loved. It's been cleaned and polished and put away. It's had a bit of carbon loveliness lavished on it. You can buy it at our sale this Friday. We reckon for between £3,000 and £3,500. Wow. Kawasaki. I don't think I've ever said Kawasaki so many times in the same day ever. Not a bad thing, especially when it refers to this bike. ZX9R Ninja 2002, a collector's bike. It is in Concours condition. It is absolute minter. Again, I say this. We've got some bikes dotted around here that have had a very hard life. Bikes that haven't really been looked after. They've been ridden, they've been crashed, they've been bashed, they've been smashed. They've had a great life. They've had a riotous life. You can tell. And they wear their battle scars proudly. Not so this bike. This bike is cut from a different cloth. This bike is in absolutely mintola, mint munchy condition. It's got documented mileage of 750 miles. Right, I thought, hold on a minute, have we mixed up a 750 and a 900? Because I kept seeing the number 750. No, it's a ZX9R, but it's done 750 miles since 2002. That is a collector's bike. That is a Concours d'Elegance motorcycle. You could enter it and the judges would be hard-pressed to find a single fault with this bike, which, as I am looking at it, looks to me exactly as it would have appeared when it left the Kawasaki factory, when it was made back in 2002. The estimate on this bike, find another 750 miles from new, 2002 Kawasaki ZX9R Ninja. The estimate is £5,000 to £5,500. Wow. 2005 Honda Fireblade. It's got a few extras. These grips aren't standard. That screen isn't standard. But there's something else about this bike that's rather special, because it's a one-owner bike from brand new. And you're saying, well, yeah, that's great, but what else can you tell me about it? Well, I can tell you that this 2005 CBR 1000RR Honda Fireblade has done from new 2,500 miles. The stories fascinate me as to why these bikes, what would happen. Life gets in the way. People have plans. You get yourself a motorcycle. Then changes come your way. And so 20 years on from this bike being brand new and somebody riding it away from the showroom, thinking they were going to ride around the world in it and have great time and big fun and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, stuff happens. And it's done 2,500 miles. Now, obviously, there is some damage here. This is perhaps sun damage because of where it was parked, and the lights got to it there. That decal would be relatively easy to replace. You could get this painted. There seems to be quite a bit of wear and tear on this bike to say that it's only done 2,500 miles from new. But I think it's standing around damage. That has faded. That's faded from, it's obviously not wear. It can't be wear. It's done 2,500 miles. 998 inline 4-cylinder, 4-stroke, 6-speed manual, completely standard, one owner. It was bought, it was ridden a bit, it was parked up, bit of sun damage, bit of a knock there. I reckon something fell on it there. Relatively easy and cheap to sort out, simple to sort out. The estimate is £3,500 to £4,000. Bow down to what was the fastest motorcycle in the world. Don't go to YouTube just now, but you can see me on there doing 200 miles an hour plus. Loads of people did 200 miles an hour plus on these. I was on a runway. RAF Alconbury, since you ask. You probably weren't, but, you know, let's not make things difficult for ourselves. Let's just instead admire how lovely this 2003 Hayabusa is. Super low mileage again. We're in the land of super low mileage. And the stories that go with these bikes as to why they were bought and then what happened afterwards fascinates me. Of course, you'd know 1300cc, 4-stroke, 4-cylinder, 175 brake horsepower. It's got new forks. Wow, it has got new forks. It's got new plugs, it's got new plugs. There are receipts for all of this work. We're not just saying it, we've got receipts for that. And we've got all the MOTs. It is MOT'd until the 26th of the 7th, 2025. And despite being 22 years old, it has done 16,000 miles. Significantly less than 1,000 miles a year. How does that happen? Maybe the person has got a ton of money and they've got like a yacht and a plane and a helicopter. Or maybe, like a lot of us, they've just got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bikes. And that some of them only get ridden to the MOT station and back. Yeah, that's you I'm talking about. Yeah, you. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. Take advantage of that by buying this fantastic Suzuki Hayabusa. 175 brake horsepower in 2003. Wow, fastest bike in the world back then this was. And still super duper duper quick now. 4,250 to 4,750 is our guesstimate to the price of this motorcycle. Iconic shape as well. Nothing looked like a Hayabusa. And you either liked it or hated it. And do you know what? I bloody loved it. What a bike. Oh, here we go. Again, another bike that I was talking about on the other day. Mind you, it's not that unusual that I would be talking to somebody else about motorbikes, is it? I remember riding one of these. First time I rode one was on the Isle of Man. And the place to set off from, when I slung a leg off it, was the start line at the grandstand. Now, please do not think for 1 second that I'm equating myself, a horrible old, sad, plastic wobbler, with the men and women who take on the mountain course at the Isle of Man. I am not. I'm just saying that I rode one of these for the first time around the TT course, and even though I'm rubbish and slow, I thought it was great. I went over the bump at the Craig, just before Craig Bar, on this faster than I've gone round over it on anything else, for what that's worth, which is virtually nothing, but I thought I'd point it out because it happened to me. This one looks great in black, doesn't it? The TL1000S. It's got some nice upgrades. It's got a carbon Cannon co-exhaust. It's had a full restoration 12 months ago. 6-speed, 998. I think these were like 145 horsepower. It was the most powerful of the V-twin Ducati wannabes at the time. What's the mileage on this? 22,000, just over 22,000 miles since 1997. Wow, it's nearly 30 years old. Nice domino grips there, just a bit nicer than standard ones. Adjustable levers, are they Pazzo? Probably Pazzo, are they? Oof, they're a bit loose, that one needs tightening. There is a tiny little work to be done, but if you were thinking about a Ducati from this era that was in similar order, and which probably wouldn't quite be as good, it probably wouldn't, then what about one of these? Where would you find one of these in this condition? They didn't sell that many of them. And loads of them got bashed and smashed and raced, and there's some nice stuff here, some nice upgrades. Like we say, it was restored 12 months ago, and the estimate is pitifully low. £2,500 to £3,000 for that bike. Fantastic. If I could take one bike so far from this massive sale, it'd be that one. What an absolutely gorgeous bit of kit. And the sound. Oof, wish we could fire it up. Should be able to fire up. I think in the next one, we'll have a few bikes that we can actually start up so that you can hear them get all excited when you come down on the sale. Right, this is, from the TL1000S to another V-twin. And it's an SP2, VTR 1000 SP2, loaded with extras. It's got Gilles rear sets. Yes, nice. Maxton rear shock. They're the kiddies Maxton on these things. Lightweight fairing on the front. Wavy discs. RC crash bungs. LED indicators. SP engineering cans. Scott steering damper. It's had a fresh oil change and fresh fork seals. It's a UK bike from new. It's got 33,000 miles on it. SP2. Come on. No reserve. It'll sell on Friday. 2003 Honda VTR 1000 SP2 with all those extras on it. A UK bike. We got the V5, obviously. And no reserve. So it'll sell. GSXR 600 X S-Rad. So it's got the big old back unit like this, like a boat back on it. Very distinctive, this bike. 600 inline 4. The owner states it starts, runs and rides. We've got the V5. We know very little else about this bike. We do know it's an import because it's done 50,000 kilometres from new with an MOT. Yeah, it's UK registered, but it is an import. Steering damper on there. Tinted aftermarket screen. Certificate d'assistance, monsieur. It has got a sticker here with the insurance in Le Frog. So yeah, it's come over from the continent, this one. 1,500 quid to 2 grand. 98, wow. 98 GSX-R 600 S-Rad. It says here, popular 90s sports bike. It was, they were everywhere, these. And it's because they were good and they were good value for money. KTM. Well, it's orange. I strongly suspected it was KTM. Look at this, the RC8. Woof. What an uncompromising super sports road bike this was. Kind of, if Ducati and Honda were forced into a marriage, this is potentially what would come of it. Do you not think? It's got some of the... to me, it always seemed quite a Japanese interpretation of a European super sports bike. So not as European as a BMW or a Ducati or an Aprilia. More Japanese in its influences. But from KTM, who obviously have built their reputation building off-road bikes, very successful off-road bikes. And now, as I speak to you right now, April 2025, the history of KTM, if there is a history for KTM, very much in the balance, not looking good, but I won't want to talk them down. I don't want to see people going out of business. I want to see people making bikes, not shutting down bike factories. This is an RC8 1190. Woof. This is extreme. Exceptional condition, full service history, super low mileage, 7,000 miles in the last 15 years, 500 miles a year if that. It's got an MOT till November 2025. It's got a JC exhaust, new plugs, recent tyres, full service history. It sounds absolutely fantastic. It looks awesome. You are making a statement if you rock up on a KTM RC8 1190. And I think I'm losing my mind because the lads upstairs have lost theirs. They reckon this could sell and will sell, perhaps, at our sale on Friday here at Manor Park for between £5,000 and £5,500. Wow. Just think of what you're accessing with a bike like this, the performance that this bike's capable of, the dramatic looks, the superb condition of it. Look at it. It looks great. There's hardly any wear on it. It's done 7,000 miles in 15 years, 500 miles a year. I did 750 miles in a long weekend on a one-cylinder bike the other week. Ride it, buy it, ride it. What a bike. That is, to me, a shockingly low price. I hope they've got this right. I hope they've got it right for the buyer. I hope they've got it wrong for the vendor, because it's criminal that should be selling for between £5,000 and £5,500. But remember, if you want to bid, you've got to register to bid. You can't just go on the day and randomly decide that you're going to bid. You've got to register to bid. Wow, what a bargain that is for somebody. 2002 Kawasaki ZX-6R Ninja, a very nice example. 5 service stamps. We've got the owner's manual. This is obviously a UK bike. Yes, well, we want all that stuff. We've got the V5. The bike looks to be in really good condition. It is. Aftermarket carbon hugger on the back. They all have that, don't they? If they've got 2 things, they've got wavy discs and that. This one hasn't got wavy discs. Wow. But it does look to be in really good condition. We've got the receipts and the old MOTs. We don't know what it's done because it's on a digital odometer, so we don't, unless we can get it fired up and we can confirm the reading on there and it lines up with the paperwork, then we don't tell you that it's done those miles, because what we don't want to do is misrepresent it. That's why, if there's things wrong with it, I tell you and we tell you here so that you know. And it's, you know anyway, because it's reflected in the price. there are occasionally super duper bargains to be had. And it's a really good time to be buying a bike right now. But a lot of the times you might think, oh, well, that's not very good. I don't know why they've got that in the sale. It's reflected in the price. It's a chance for you to absolutely grab a bargain. And maybe it's this one, a 2002 ZX6R Ninja. 1,200 quid to 1,750 is the guesstimate on that one. It's a 1999 R6, the first generation of, and it says here, an iconic sports bike, and they're not kidding. It starts on the button, it's a UK bike, low miles, nearly 30,000 from new. It's 26 years old. So again, it's just a bit more than 1,000 miles a year, isn't it, if you look at it that way? It's pretty much a standard bike, isn't it? Look at that, it's got the original pipe, starts on the button, rides well, original saddle, original paintwork. It's all in good order. This bike was looked after. It wasn't ridden that much, but it was looked after. Could do with a clean. Mind you, couldn't we all? The estimate on that one, 1999 Yamaha YZF R6, the first generation of the R6, an iconic super sports bike, 2,000 to £2,500. Over in the corner, much gorgeousness. I'll stand here so you can see it and tuck that out of the way. Oh, I was going to say it's fixed on there, but I'll leave it be. 2006 Ducati 1000 SS DS in amazing condition. Wow, look at it. Gaze on its gorgeousness. It's pretty old school for 2006, this, isn't it? All Ducatis weren't like this in 2006, and not many of them, apart from the sort of sport classic range that they've done, have looked too much like this. Twin Termagoni silencers, the traditional Ducati tubular welded frame, gold calipers with silver discs. It's all very much like Ducatis from the previous 10, 15, 20 years in terms of the styling, the construction of the bike. It is, of course, an air-cooled V-twin engine. It's only done 10,000 miles from brand new, so 10,000 miles in 20 years. What is it with this thing, 500 miles a year on a bike? Where does it come from? Blimey. But it's the way some people roll. And when those bikes rock over here at Manor Park and we're able to offer them to you for sale, you know, that's got to be a good thing. But I don't get it. I never will. I think motorbikes are for riding. They're for looking at quite a bit as well. Sometimes if you sneak down into the garage to have a look at your bike before you go to bed, nothing wrong with that. I'll just check on it. I'm just checking on the garage. You go down. You don't say to your significant other, whoever they may be, and you know, I'm not prescribing gender or anything like that. I'm not saying it's a man and a woman situation. It could be anybody. You just go, I'm just going to check the garage. If you actually said, I'm just going to go in the garage to look at my motorbike before I go to bed, that's a bit sad. But here's the thing, I've done that and I'm not judging you for doing that either. If you own this motorcycle, you would do that. Look how lovely it is. You could cherish this, you could look after it, give it a home. It's not the pinnacle of the Ducati range, but you won't find another one like this in this condition. Absolutely spotless. It's got a fresh, clean MOT. We've got 2 keys and the code card and the red key. 5 service stamps. The last one, so in other words, a full service history. The last one was at nearly 9,000 miles and it's done 10,000 miles. Let's break hearts now by saying that the estimate on this one, for this fabulous machine, 4,250 to 4,750 pounds. 1998 Ducati. I think Ducatis are living things. I love bikes, but for some reason, Ducatis are like dogs or horses. I think they've got a soul. Yeah, crackers. But there you go. Especially ones like this, 1998 900 SS, final edition, stunning low mileage example. I think the final editions were all silver, like this one. And it's got a plaque on there saying that out of the, was it 1,000 that they did? Out of them, it's 269, this one. 269, the final edition of the 900 SS. I have got a soft spot for these bikes. I've had 3 of them. You need the mirror extenders on there, though, just a tip, if you get it and you want to ride it. Because these mirrors, they just show you like your elbows. You get a really good shot of your elbows. If you like your elbows, buy this, because you can get extenders on them. As it is, this one is completely as it left the factory. Oh no, hold on. It's got these pipes on it, A16 pipes. They've been added. So it's a final edition. It's on carburetors, 7,000 miles from new in 27 years. 27 years. Oh, these are the original cans. Right, so the final edition must have had these. Yeah, because I'm used to seeing carbon fibre Termigoni pipes on these. There's not a mark on it. It's immaculate. Beautiful bike. The estimate is £8,000 to £8,500. 1998 Ducati 900 SS final edition. 7,000 miles from new in 27 years. But look at it. It's mint and beautiful. Wow. This bike is a bit special. It's a 1997 Ducati 996 SPS, and it has just arrived and sneaked in to our April sale. It was the last one that we admitted, and it really is rather special. I'll have to refer to the notes here that are inscribed on flattened dead trees with some sort of coloured water. I believe it's called ink. Anyway, it says on there that it's 125 horsepower, brake horsepower from the 996 SPS motor, which is more than anybody else at the time. The wheels are 5 spokes, but they were actually lighter than the 3-spoke wheels that were fitted as standard. It's got Öhlins forks on the front, and it's got Öhlins suspension on the rear. It's got a carbon fibre fuel tank. Carbon fibre fuel tank feels weird. We've got the original tank. This bike is a bit special. It's only done 53 miles since it was rebuilt. And before that, it had only done about 6,000 miles. So since 1997, the total mileage is just over 6,000 miles. But there are some things about this bike that make you think twice. Could you just come here for a second, Fraser? Because if you look there, you might think that this bike was the 120th 916 SPS that was built, on account of the badge there that indicates that that's exactly what it is. But it isn't. As you go round the bike, you realise that the fella that had it built for him had it built out of the best performance parts that he could afford and that he could get his hands on. It's a bit of a Frankenstein's monster, but only if Frankenstein's monster was the most beautiful and desirable and gorgeous monster that had ever existed. Look at it. It's absolutely mind-blowing. We've got, as I say, carbon fibre tank. I can't stop touching it. It feels really, it looks kind of strange. Can you see that effect there? Because, of course, it's carbon. It's just dripping with the very best and most beautiful. Is that Sergeant seat? Because they're the best ones. Yeah, I think it is because it's red. Has it got the Sergeant sticker on it? No, it's Corbin. Oof. Yeah, they're pretty good. I like the Sergeant, but the Corbin is a good seat. It's got the best of everything. Carbon everywhere. Loads of power. Looks absolutely stunning. But it's like, you know those Singer Porsches? It's like one of those. It's a 1997 bike, but it's not. It's been upgraded, it's been uprated, it's been put together with a lot of loving care and an absolute skip full of cash. And we estimate that on the day it will go for between £17,000 and £19,000. I'm a bit speechless because I just think this is absolutely staggeringly gorgeous and great value for money. And I think some people won't be able to look past the fact that it's been built, like I say, like those resto mod cars that are so popular now and sell for such massive amounts of money. Like those Singer Porsches, I'll mention it again. No, they're not original. No, they're not matching numbers. But it's the looks of a particular period, but with everything upgraded and uprated with the best that is available. And to me, that's what this bike represents. Absolutely stunning piece of work. Whoever built it, off comes the hat to you, sir. Whoever sold it, I feel sorry for you. Whoever buys it, I'm jealous. 1997 Ducati 996 SPS, 17 to 19,000 pounds. Look at it. I'll move out of the way so you can look at it. Look at it. Beautiful. What a bike. Now, I'll let Fraser just show you this bike for a minute. What is it? You're asking. What even is that, Berry? It's a Honda Rune. Now, I talk a lot about Honda. I talk about how Honda engineering is the best engineering in the whole world of automobiles. The best engineering in machines is to be found in the world of aircraft. And that's a good thing, because that should be the best engineering, because it goes up in the sky. And if anything goes wrong, you can't phone green flag and get them to come and get you, because you have to die in a horrible ball of fire, which is why aircraft engineering is the best engineering. But Honda, for me, are unique in the motorcycle world. And every so often, they go off on one. They went off on one when they built the CBX that we saw earlier. And it was wonderful. And they properly went off on one when they built this, the Honda Rune. 1800cc, flat six engine. I think George Clooney bought 6 of these because he realised that because he's George Clooney, he could afford one because they weren't cheap. But his mates couldn't afford one because they're like regular dudes. So he bought 6 and went, lads, I bought 6 of them Honda Runes. Let's go out for a ride. Look at it. Whatever some heavily tattooed individual, and there's nothing wrong with them, on a programme on Discovery Channel could dream up in his head and then build to some fictitious deadline that they've just made up so they can throw chairs. Look, I can throw chairs around. I could pick these chairs up right now and start throwing them around. I'm not going to do that because there are nice chairs that we put here at Manor Park so that you can sit in comfort while you bid to buy bikes like this. Whatever they could dream up in their heads to be a custom bike wouldn't come near what Honda achieved with this motorcycle. It's like a work of art, an abstract work of art. It's rolling sculpture. That's what I'm going to say. It's not just a motorcycle, it's rolling sculpture. It's done 16,800 miles. I can't see how it's done those miles. Look at it. Fraser's giving you a good look at this bike. Look at that. You either look at that and think, if you're the sort of person that's come on here thinking you're going to grab one of those 90s sports bikes, which are mega bargains, to be honest, in this sale, you probably think that's ridiculous, overkill, horrible. Free your mind. Abandon your prejudices. I like that stuff. I looked at that coffee and cream Fireblade over there, the Urban Tiger Jobby, and I thought, that's for me. But I can look at that and think, wouldn't it be awesome to have something like this? Look at it, I'm going to get on it. Look at that! I feel like Flash Gordon. You're saying you look like Flash Gordon. The view from the riding seat of this Honda Rune is like nothing else in the history of motorcycling. These were made in very small numbers. I think Honda lost money on every single one that they sold. It is, of course, the Goldwing engine, but the rest of it is absolute madness. If you're interested in this, you'll know what you're looking at. Get this. Honda said The Rune is as much about flesh and blood emotion as it is about a chrome and steel motorcycle. One would not exist without the other. To aspire is human, but to convince a Japanese manufacturing empire to produce a bike like this would have been impossible without the fire of the strong-willed leaders on the North American side of Honda. Yeah, they said, build something absolutely crackers like this to show the world that Honda engineering is unmatched in the whole of the world of motorcycling. And they did. They made it from 2004 to 2005. So Honda went, yeah, all right, we'll make it. And they said, right, we'll stop making it. We said we'd make it, now we're going to stop making it. So it's got this trailing link front suspension here. Not a leading link, you know, like on a dot or something like that. Or what else has got a leading link? Is a Cub a leading link? I know a dot is. It's got this trailing link front suspension, integrated exhaust system here, seamless flowing line, chrome accents. It says it's got chrome accents. I've never seen anything with as much chrome on. There are gypsy caravans without as much chrome on as this. How much is it? How much is the Honda Rune? That's what you want to know. What do we reckon it's going to sell for at our sale here at Manor Park this coming Friday? Friday the 5th, isn't it? No. Yes. It's the 1st today and it's Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The 4th. Yes. Thank you, Fraser. No, hold on a second. 2nd Wednesday, 3rd, 4th. Yeah. Look at that. Look at us adding up. 1, 2. I know about motorbikes, but I'm not so good at adding up. At our sale this Friday, whatever date that is, just think about the sale and think about this bike. We reckon that this, you know, when you compare like millions of pounds for a sharp cut in half or like, you know, Tracy Emin's Drotty unmade bed, for this piece of sculpture, kinetic art, 20 to 22,000 pounds. 2002 Honda NRX 1800 Valkyrie Rune. One of the longest names in motorcycling. One of the most ridiculous, spectacular and magnificent motorcycles you will see anywhere. And that's what we deal in here at Manor Park. Everything from piddling little sort of auto scooters and whatnot to things like that. Wow, what a bike. The Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail is an excellent motorcycle. It was very much responsible for reviving Harley's fortunes in the 1980s with its V-twin engine, its luxurious saddle, swept-back handlebars, running boards for long-distance comfort, and the arrangement at the front with this big headlamp there, driving lamps and indicators either side of it. The Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail. But of course, this isn't a Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail. It's an XV 1600 Wild Star, made not by Harley-Davidson Motor Company of Milwaukee, but by Yamaha, also the world's largest manufacturer of musical instruments. Mind you, you would be hard-pressed to know that this was a Yamaha looking around this bike, because the only reference to Yamaha that I can find on it is a tiny little Yamaha symbol here on the fuel tank. Elsewhere, they do everything to encourage you to believe. There it is. That's the only Yamaha symbol that I can find anywhere on the entire motorcycle. There's a Harley symbol there for some reason, which is unknown to me and was presumably put there, I hope, in an ironic manner by a previous owner. And you've got to give some credit to the previous owner, because even though this bike is 23 years old and has covered 60, what's the mileage on this? 26,000 miles. It's in absolutely superb condition. Boy, has this thing been looked after. So it's 1600cc V-twin 4-stroke, considerably more performance from that big V-twin than you would have got from the equivalent Harley. It's got belt drive, like a Harley, and it's got conchos on the seat and the leather saddlebags, the upright American-style number plate, which of course has to be illuminated from there. Yes, it's black and silver. Put something in the comments if that makes you feel bad, or you could just ignore it and carry on with your life. It's got a badge there that tells you to live your life like an eagle, which in the part of Canada that my missus comes from are called the trash, what do they call them? I don't know, they hang around like rubbish tips, eagles, for some reason. You think of them soaring majestically, don't you, over canyons. But what they basically do is go to the rubbish tip on the outskirts of town and hang around there trying to like pick stuff up. I don't quite know where I went there with that analogy or whatever it was, but what I was trying to say was this. Here's a bike that to ride is every bit as good and indeed quite a bit better than an equivalent Harley Davidson. Here is a bike that 95% of the general public will think is a Harley Davidson. But this motorcycle, with its powerful 1600cc V-twin engine, belt drive, 5-speed gearbox, data tool alarm, recent new battery, and in full running order, is available to you, the potential buyer, this Friday in the Manor Park sale at considerably, yes, considerably less than will be expected for you to purchase an actual Harley Davidson. The estimate on this one for a big honker burning motorcycle, didn't mean that, came out a bit different from the way I intended it. What I meant to say was, it's a lot of bike for the money because we reckon, look at it, there's not a mark on it, it's fantastic. It's been kept in fantastic order. Whether you like this sort of bike or not is up to you. But it'll ride better than a Harley. It'll last longer than a Harley, I think, because it's a Yamaha. Maybe it won't. Maybe that's wrong. But what I do know is this, it's cheap. For what it is, it's super cheap. $3,250 to $3,750, the price on the 2002 Yamaha XV 1600 Wildstar. Bike made the American way. Big, heavy, massive, and in your face. Fantastic. From the ridiculous to the sublime, the Suzuki address. And if it was an actual address, it wouldn't be in a particularly desirable part of town now, would it? This is a good, honest, usable little scooter. The Suzuki Address 125, low mileage, starts, runs and rides. A great example of a popular little bike with a current MOT. We've got 2 keys. The estimate on that is between £800 and £1,000. And in case you need to know, it's already done. A good, honest, very reliable, and cheaper than shoe leather, 16,000 miles from new. 2008 FL 125 Suzuki Address. Here's the daddy. Here's the classic. The Honda Cub, the plaque. The chicken chaser. The C90, come on. A beautiful, unrestored, iconic scooter. It says scooter. The lads here, the lads who do the actual work here at Manor Park, have said, and lasses, sorry lasses, leaving you out, terrible, I know. Shouldn't do that. 1992 C90, unrestored, it says unrestored. My mate restores these. Yeah, he's watching this. You know who you are with your wonky mopeds. There's nothing wrong with these. They are mega. The ultimate in two-wheeled transportation. If you absolutely have got, I'm trying to paraphrase Samuel L. Jackson when he does that thing about killing everybody with an AK-47 without causing offence. I'm trying to do it without causing offence. So I'm saying, if you absolutely, definitely must get somewhere as reliably and as affordably as possible, you cannot do better than this. Scooterette is what I would say, because it is a scooter. It's got leg shields, but it's got big wheels like a motorbike. So it actually inspires confidence as you ride down the road, rather than terrifying you mildly as traditional scooters with those little tiny little wheels that they have tend to do. 1,500 to 2,000 for that one. The Honda C90 from 1992, 25,000 miles on it. It's what now? Good Lord, it's 33 years old. So that's nothing in terms of mileage on one of these. We've got the V5, we've got the handbook, a Haynes manual. It's just been serviced, it's free from memory damage, and it starts, first kick, course it starts first kick. It's a Honda 90, the Cub, an iconic. We say that word too often, but it's true. The Cub 90. Still in production, I think. I think they threatened to stop, and then when there was a big hoo-ha and uproar, they decided to keep going. The world's most prolific motor vehicle of any kind. Now, when it comes to wonky mopeds, they don't come much wonkier than this. But it's not next on my list. It's been missed off. And instead, I've got this lovely 150 Honda C95. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on one second. Right, so a Honda C95 Bentley is what it says this is. However, it's a 154cc parallel twin. The Honda Bentley, a step up from a Cub. Look at that big screen on it. Poof. Got a bit of weight-saving air cooling there, just for a nice breeze across the midsection, he said once again, attempting not to cause any offence, no offence intended. It's got matching numbers. The owner states it starts, runs and ride. It's got an added screen. You're telling me that's not standard? Come on. Come on, wind assisted. If it got behind you, that'd give you about an extra 7-8 mile an hour, wouldn't it? And it's got a box, part of a private collection. Well, of course. The 1966 Honda C95 Bentley, the baby dream, due to its similarity to the 250 and the 305, is a 154cc parallel twin. The word Bentley, right, you might not have known this, and I didn't. Right, what do you reckon it means, the word Bentley? I must admit, I've always wondered, I've never looked it up. Well, there's no need, because today I'm here to tell you that the word Bentley doesn't directly translate from the Japanese, but the closest word to it in English is convenient. So, at your convenience, ladies and gentlemen, the Honda C95 Bentley, 1966. What a lovely little thing. That'd have to come off and that'd have to come off if it was me. But then what you're left with is pretty much a classic 1960s Japanese motorcycle, and it could be yours. Hold on a minute. We're back in the wacky world again. It's happened again, Fraser. Mileage on this one, 1966 Honda Convenience, 823 miles from brand new in nearly 50 years. 823 miles. Part of a private collection. The guesstimate, £1,700 to £2,250. 1966 Honda Bentley. I say again, it means convenience in Japanese, and it's done. 823 miles from brand new. Yamaha XJ600, a fine example of the universal Japanese motorcycle. A bike that does everything for you. You go to work on it, you have fun on it at the weekend. When you go on your holidays, you strap your tent on the back and your sleeping bag, and off you go, up into the mountains or out to the coast or something like that. Perhaps you have a big mad adventure where you ride it all around Europe, and then years later, you bore people by showing them slides when they come round to your house. Yeah, that's us in the Dolomites when we were camping. Do you remember when we thought there was a wolf outside our tent, and when we opened the flap, it was just a bloke with the Dalmatian? Yeah. That's the sort of bike it is. A do anything, go anywhere, universal Japanese motorcycle. The Yamaha XJ600. It's a 600cc inline 4. This is a UK bike, matching engine and frame numbers. The V5 will need to be applied for. It's MOT exempt, and on the odometer we are showing just over 40,000 miles. It is a no reserve sale. On that one, it will sell on the day, that day being this Friday, here at Manor Park, the northwest of England's only permanent classic car and motorcycle auction facility. I talked about earlier the sort of bikes that motorcycle journalists would actually buy with their own money. The Kawasaki GT550, I remember, a lot of the lads had them. The Suzuki DR350 was very popular, and The Yamaha FJ 1100 and 1200. I'd see them when I went to Honda at Chiswick, or when I went to Mitsui Yamaha, or when I went to Three Cross Motorcycles to pick up a press bike. I'd see other journalists' actual bikes that they owned and they'd left there because they had a press bike. And loads of them had these Yamaha FJs. Big, fast, comfortable, reliable, powerful motorcycles. This one is the 1200. There was an 1100, this is the 1200. Was there a 1300? Of course there was a 1300. Old school touring bike, as it says here. Like I say, big, powerful, comfortable, all day comfort. This one's got heated grips added to it, but not much else. They look like the standard exhaust pipes. What's the mileage? Well, it's 35,000 on the odometer since 1991. So 1,000 miles a year. Yeah, 1,000 miles a year virtually since 1991. We've got 2 keys. We've got the V5. It's not a bad example at all. And it's no reserve. A no reserve sale. Another bike that'll sell this Friday at Manor Park. Now you're talking. So somebody saw me banging on about one of these. In fact, it might have been this bike. And he said, after I saw you talking about that ST1100, I realised how good they are and I bought one. Well, buy this one. They are absolutely phenomenal. Why do you think the cops use them for so long? I'll tell you why. Because they are sophisticated, they're reliable, they're fast, they're predictable. It's a friendly motorcycle to ride. This bike will bowl you along at speeds you aren't even aware of without you hardly even noticing. I am ashamed of how I constructed that sentence, and I can almost hear the board rubber whizzing towards my head as it came out of my mouth. Fortunately, I believe the head of English at the grammar school has been gone for about 20 years now, so it can't be him throwing it. What a bike these are. Fantastic, iconic. They're not pretty, are they? Come on. And they're conservatively styled. The colours that they were available in. This is one of the more racy colours. You could get it in beige, which gave you some idea of the sort of people that they were trying to get across to. Honda made this bike for the kind of guy that might have bought a Honda Legend, that big sort of Honda version of a BMW or a Mercedes executive car. This one is a 1999, very original, highly regarded touring bike. You've got this luggage here, the Honda luggage, high quality. It's a shaft drive, 5-speed. What's the mileage on this one? Let's have a look. Nothing for one of these. Absolutely naff all. It's been round the block for an ST1100. 38,000 miles. The estimate on this one, like we say, a highly original, highly regarded touring bike. The estimate on this one is £1,500 to £2,000. So don't do what my mate did and feel inspired by what I've said about the ST1100 and then buy one off somebody. Buy this one. Register online to bid in our auction on Friday and get this one. Or you could like rock up with a bag full of money at some dodgy address where you, yeah, do you want to do that? Or do you want to come, do you want to buy one of us where it's all upfront and respectable? We tell you all about the bikes, what they are, where they've come from, what's wrong with them, what's right with them. You have protection. Yeah. You know it makes sense to buy from Manor Park. Would I lie to you? No. 1979 Honda CB550K, the K model, 544cc inline 4, a nimble. It says it's nimble. Hey, it's got Micron super bars instead of your stock. Look at that, Micron super bars. Has it got a Micron exhaust? I like that though. Yeah, bit of a project bike this. I always look at the saddle. I can't believe that the original saddle is in such good condition. It's got to be a cover that. It's got to be a replacement. Although there's quite a lot of wear on it. It's in really good order. Again, a bike that just shows you how well made Hondas were, how well put together. The odometer, not visible. Ah, right, okay. So I won't say what it says on there because it's not quite legible. So let's not say. Let's just say instead that it is a no reserve sale on this one. We've got a V5. Yeah, it's a UK bike. Got a V5. Where was it sold? Paul Smart. Paul Smart Motorcycles. Yeah, Barry Sheen's brother-in-law, wasn't he, Paul? And a acclaimed racer in his own regard, of course, was the Paul Smart Ducati. Met an unfortunate end recently as well, Paul. Real shame that. I remember reading about that. Paul Smart Motorcycles. Yeah, back in the day when, if you'd been a motorbike racer, you'd then, whether you were Tommy Robb, Bill Ed, Paul Smart, you'd end up behind the counter, like, puffing on a Woodbine, wearing a knitted tie. People would go, hey, if you go in there, you can see Tommy Robb or you can see, you know, Paul Smart, whoever it was. Can't see Carl Fogarty doing that, can you? Or Valentino Rossi. Can you imagine? Valentino Rossi there. Can I help you? But in Italian. Obviously not like that, sorry. Right. I was at Donington when he won that Grand Prix and he wore the little Robin Hood hat and he had the little bow and arrow. I was there. That's how old I am. Right. No reserve, that one, the 550. This one is a CB 550, 1978. A lovely custom example here, it says. Cool looking machine. It is a cool looking machine. I like this. Look at that saddle. Yeah, obviously it's been customized and then it's been bobbed here at the back, i.e. cut off. Bobbed, that's where it comes from. Not too much of a custom job on it. This is nice, the paint job on here with 58. Not sure why it says that. Probably meant something to the previous owner. Means nothing to us. We've got a V5 on this one. It's done. 24, well, let's call it 25,000 miles. Since 1978, 1978, 1988, 1998, 2008, 2018. Wow, it's nearly 40 years old. And it's done 24,000 miles. I like that. That's just obviously like a mobile phone cover or something that's been put on there. Please don't show it, Fraser. That's not the sort of message that we at Manor Park want to send to people. We don't want to say, if you ride around on a cool looking motorbike, like saucy girls will pay an interest in you. But they might. No reserve. Love it. No reserve. So many bikes here that are going to find new homes this Friday in the Manor Park sale. Honda. Now, when they say custom, this is a lot more custom. Honda CB500 Cafe Racer. Nice cafe conversion. Oh, them bars are a bit close together, aren't they? Now, they are what you call ace bars. And you might say, well, what's the difference between ace bars and clip-ons? Well, clip-ons clip directly to the fork leg. Ace bars affect the look of clip-ons, but it is a bar. It's not two separate clip-ons that attach to each fork leg. The bars snake around the top yoke there and then drop down either side. Yeah, got a nice aftermarket pipe. A lovely paint job on this one. I like it. Again, bobbed at the back. A cute little Cafe Racer conversion on a Honda CB500. We've got the Nova paperwork present for this. We have 2 keys and it came from a large collection. Yep, you're going to have to register that for use over here, but we've got all the paperwork for you to do that. And it is cute. Let's see what the estimate is. £1,200 to £1,700 on that one. 1972 it's from, that one. Disc brake on the front though. Little Cafe Racer conversion on the Honda CB500. 4 cylinders. Brown. Come on, you want a brown bike. You don't see many, do you? 1975 Honda CB500T. Fast bike from its own time. It's a 500cc twin, directly ripped off from British motorbikes, but never mind. Most of the good stuff that Honda did, well, a lot of the good stuff that Honda did was ripped off from British bikes, but they kind of did a better job of it, so you want to forgive them in some ways. It's a UK bike, matching frame and engine numbers. It's on a P from 1975 there. A nice example, and it's got a brown seat as well. A brown bike with a brown seat. You can't say fairer than that. The estimate, £2,500 to £3,000. I don't think it will stay that colour, do you? No. No. This one almost certainly will stay in its iconic pearlescent white finish. It is the 1987 Honda VFR 750F. And as it says here, an iconic V4 motorcycle. Wow, this just blew away the competition in its time, didn't it? 1987 with that V4 engine and just so much better, high-tech compared to anything else that was out there. Well-equipped, well-made, did absolutely stratospheric mileages, these bikes did. And it was sporty. This defined sports tourer in the late 80s. Forget a BMW. K75 or something like that compared to this. No, you'd want one of these. It's a UK bike. We've got the old MOTs. Be a great project. There's not that much to do on it. Please don't. Oh, well, it could do with a bit of paintwork, but keep it this colour. This is the pearlescent white colour that makes you think of the VF 750, VFR 750F. 2 keys. I haven't seen one of these for ages. Have we got the V5? We have. No reserve. No reserve. Wow. CB750F Honda, 1985, 80s Super Sports. Super Sports in the 80s. Twin discs on the front. Do we get a disc on the back, or is it the drum? No, it's a disc on the back as well. Wow, this one really is a project. Needs tidying up. It's all there, but it needs a damn good sorting out, this one. It's done. What's it done? 42,000 miles since 1985. So, 1,000 miles a year again. We get 500,000 miles a year on these bikes. Matching numbers, we've got the V5. We've got 2 keys with it. There's no reserve on that one. It's a project. It needs sorting out, but it's all there. 1985 Honda CB 750F. Another project, it's the Honda CBR 600. Street Fighter track bike. Yeah, Street Fighter with this kicked up tail unit on there. Back in the day, rental bars, kicked up seat unit, mad exhaust. Yep, everything's there. Oh, and a nice little cool sort of, got rid of all the clocks and put something that's got everything that you need to know on a little screen there. Adjustable levers. Have we got uprated suspension? No. A lot of the time, Street Fighters, a lot of them, the style came from people crashing super sports bikes and then having to rebuild them on a budget, didn't they? And that's what this bike looks like. And there's no wrong with that. Part track prepared, it says here. Not sure about that. No V5, 1 key on this one. Came to us as part of a collection. It's hard to tell from that angle just how much that seat unit, wherever that came from, and then the subframe's been modified here to take it, how much it's kicked up at the back. And I'm trying to think what it's off. I think it's off a GSXR 600, but then the seat, it's a custom bike. Somebody built it, somebody loved it, somebody got a certain way down the road with it, then they got bored with it, they parked it up, and it's been sat ever since. It could be yours for whatever you want to pay for it. 1998 Honda CBR 600F Street Fighter / track bike. Who knows how much you'll go for. You could bag yourself a bargain if you register to bid online or register to bid if you come along on the day this Friday at Manor Park. Honda CB400 SF. 400cc 4-stroke 4-cylinder. It's A2 compliant, this one, if that's where your license is right now. We've got the V5, we've got 2 keys, we've got the owner's manual. It's a really nice example of this one with 22,000, just over 22,000 miles on the clock. The estimate on this one, £1,500 to £2,000. The 1997, got a bit of All-ins on the back there, have we? Well, something like that. Aftermarket shock absorbers, not All-ins though. aping all-ins in the way that the spring's yellow and the reservoir is gold, but not all-ins. But aftermarket, nice little bike these, they went really well. Bit of a sort of Swiss watch of an engine, that little 400 Honda engine. Nobody made a better engine than that in a 400cc, 4-cylinder, inline. Woof, what a bike. 1997, for the money, 1,500 quid to £2,000 is the estimate on that one. Don't forget, there is a buyer's premium to pay. On everything. It's life, innit? Don't think I've ever seen one of these. One of the best things about doing this gig for Manor Park, coming here, isn't just working with fantastic people like Fraser here, the cameraman, and everybody behind the scenes at Manor Park, all of whom are really nice, except the guy walking along there. No, don't mean it. Just my joke, just my little joke. They're all really good people and passionate. We had lunch today, we had a bit of an indoor barbecue, the weather was a bit unpredictable, and I noticed that we all stood around yapping about motorbikes. Motorbike, motorbike, motorbike. There's a real passion. This is not just a job for anybody here. It's not just a job for me. I love this stuff. Nearly said something else then. And everybody else does as well. We are passionate about what we're doing, which I think comes across in the sort of ethos, if you will, to get a bit sort of Big Lebowski on you of the company. But what I was going to say was, I've never seen one of these before. This is new to me. It's a what? Oh, a Honda CB400, a CL400W. So it's a 400 twin, yeah? Ah, right, okay. So this bike has been updated and upgraded with later stuff put on it. Wow, which is in really good condition. So they've like swapped round the bodywork and stuff like that. So it's Japanese domestic market. Is that in kilometres? Yes, it is. Oh, and it's in really good nick as well. Oh, is this another of these nutty bikes that's done like no miles? 3,000 kilometres from new. Somebody has bought and fitted the parts to make this look. Yeah, some Japanese guy who wanted his modernish Honda to look like a Honda from the 70s. In the same way that you might buy like, oh, I don't know, a Triumph, brand new Triumph Bonneville and put a load of gear on it to make it look like a Bonneville from the 50s and 60s. That's what some Japanese geezer did. He bought this and then he put all this upgraded stuff on it to make it look like a 400 from the 1970s. It's correctly registered with the DVLA. We've got a V5. We've got the Japanese logbook. We've got a dating certificate from the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. So it's on an old R-reg, so it's coming up as 1998. And the estimate on this fantastic looking bike. Can I do a celebrity name drop right now? Is that okay, Fraser, do you think? I got a little teeny bit friendly with Mark Knopfler out of the Dire Straits, and we were talking about he was building a bike just to buzz around London, not for like going any further, just in and around London, because he's not a man that could ride a scooter. His first band before the Dire Straits was called the Cafe Racers. Yeah, bet you didn't know that. You probably did. And he ended up building something very similar to that, just as a sort of get-around bike. I like it. £2,000 to £2,500 is the estimate on that one. Never seen one before. Never seen one because there's only one like that. Another classic. It's a 1983 Honda VF750 FD. No reserve project, this one. It is a UK bike. Let's see what it's on. H. It's on a Y. What am I talking about? H. That's like late 80s. This is an 83. Yeah, it's on a Y plate. It's done 58,000 miles from new. I'm not surprised because, you know, that's what these things were built for. We've got two keys. We've got the V5. It is what it is. Wow, a lot of wear on this bike, but it's been looked after. It's a project, really. And there is no reserve on that Honda. 1983 VF 750 FD. We've just had one like this, just down the line. And here's another one. That was a CBR. This is a CB. It's a Hornet. That's right. 1999 Hornet. Honda's longest serving inline 600cc inline 4. Customised. It's got a Remus can somewhere. Remus can. I was going to say, why would it be on that side? Oh, yeah, it's up here. High level, baby. All the way. Yeah, the Honda Hornet, the thinking man's CBR 600, a naked bike from the late 90s. There's no reserve on that one. It's done 57,000 miles, rental bars, Remus can, all the upgrades you'd expect, adjustable levers, that sort of thing. Reasonably big miles on it, but it's all there. Great project for you. No reserve. Somebody will get it. Somebody will buy it this Friday in the sale. Wow, look at this. He said completely in the wrong thing on his screen, Jobby. This is a Honda CB250 RS, and it dates from 1982. A really clean example. It's a UK bike. We've got the V5. It's not subject to any nastiness. You won't have to worry about somebody saying, oh, there's outstanding finance on that. There's no outstanding finance on it. It's from 1982. And it's done 15,500 miles since 1982. A really honest, that's a good word to be used here, a really good, honest, clean example of a much abused bike. These were really good bikes. The red line's nearly 9,500 RPM on these motors. Single cylinder as well. Wow. Thank you. Pardon. 1968. I like that. 1968 Honda CL175. Sloper. Sloper? Yes, because the engine is sloping, almost like a Norton. I would imagine that was to keep it low down, to keep the centre of gravity lower and thus improve the handling of this motorcycle with its 175cc engine. We've got a V5. It's got a new old stock exhaust system just been fitted in, new front and rear mudguards, a new seat. It's been repainted in this fetching, I'm going to say, Heinz tomato soup, because I can't work out whether it's red or orange, Fraser. And when I open a can of Heinz tomato soup, as I infrequently do, I always think the same thing. I always think, is that red or is it orange? And it's the same with this bike. I can't decide whether that's red or orange. I do know I like it. It's also had the wheels rebuilt. It's got a new wiring harness, new old stock wiring harness. It's all proper Honda stuff. This isn't from Temu. We've not been shopping like a billionaire. We've got it from Honda. New switches, nuts, screws, bolts, switch gear, rubbers, please, new gaskets, runs and rides as it should. A stunning bit of kit, that is. Beautiful condition from a private collection. The 1968 Honda CL175 Schloper, £2,500 to £3,000. Wow, bargain. Definitely spent way more than that on getting it to that condition. Way more. I know I've wasted huge amounts of money on motorcycles. I know how much all that stuff costs. When I say wasted, I mean that in the George Best sense. You know, when they said to the football player George Best, as opposed to any other famous George Best. I don't know why I said he was a football player. You all knew who George Best is. When they asked him where the money went, he said he wasted it on like high living and beautiful women and all that. Money spent on motorcycling isn't wasted, wherever you spend it. And you might want to spend it on this because look how fantastic this bike looks. It's a 1965. Wow. 1965 Yamaha were building bikes this good. A 1965 Yamaha YM1 Big Bear Special. I would imagine that relates to Big Bear in California, which is a ski resort. If you head out of LA towards Palm Springs, as I sometimes do, you go over Big Bear, which is higher than anywhere in Europe, I believe. And I think that's what they were trying to say. They were saying, hey, get yourself out into the great outdoors, because what we've done is we've put a high-level exhaust on it, and we've put these wide bars on it, so you might want to sort of go on a trail. I don't think they would advise you to go off-road, not on those tyres, and not with that much clearance on the mudguard, but maybe on a trail. 305cc, twin-cylinder two-stroke, one previous owner. Wow, starts, runs and rides. We've got a stack of documents with this one. We've got a dating letter, so we know it's a 1965. My goodness me, it's 60 years old, like me. Which of us do you think looks best? Thanks, Fraser. Right, okay. We've got the V5. We've got 3 keys with this one. What a beauty. Everything about this bike is right. You cannot find fault with it. We've got the lot. And it might be yours, we reckon, for between £3,500 and £4,000. The 1965 Yamaha YM1 Big Bear Special. A stunning machine. And don't forget the auto lube, whatever you do. Suzuki T250. Not 50, 250, Barry, you idiot. Right, I'll go here so Fraser can give you a good look at the bike. Mostly original. It's subject to a previous restoration. We have the V5. It's HPI clear. It runs, rides and starts with ease. Just needs a service to get it back on the road properly. It's got good tyres and is... Good tyres, they're brand new. It's got brand new tyres. Let me rephrase myself there. And it could be yours. No reserve. Wow, here's the bargain. 1971 Suzuki T250. No reserve sale. 20,000 miles on it from brand new in 1971. Great colour. Love it. What a bike. And it's got a Kickstarter. I think every bike should have a Kickstarter. Well, maybe not every bike. Oh, here we go. I've had one of these. I never got it going, but I've had one. An Italjet Packaway. I had a Pack 2. So there must have been a second version of this. So this is a 90... Yeah, mine was a bit younger than this one. This one's a 1978 Italjet Packaway. Ultimate fold-away machine. Freshly serviced. This is the thing to stick in the boot of your SUV. This is the thing to strap onto the back of your boat, RV, caravan, or whatever. You wouldn't need a number plate. You wouldn't ride this on the road anyway. This is for like riding back to the campsite down a trail or something like that. It's got a new carburetor. It's just been serviced. 49cc engine, super low miles, runs and rides great, supplied from a collection. Fold away and compact. These things are collectible. It's done about 200 miles from brand new in 1978 and is available in this sale with no reserve. I've had one. I can't tell you what it was like because, as I just admitted, I never had it running. Who doesn't love a tenderlet? It sounds like something else, doesn't it? If they said it's called, what is a tenderlet? That could be on like a quiz show hosted by Stephen Fry on Radio 4. But it's not. Instead, it's a motorcycle. Or would we call it an autocycle? It's one of those French things. Look at it. I'll move that out of the way so you can see it. Look at the patina. It's a gorgeous little thing. Not sure about them grips. Apart from that, fantastic. Yeah, so is it pedal and pop? Pedal and pop. In 1919, in the Alais, in the Gard region of France, a miner. Hey, there's a story. I love a story, mate. A miner by the name of Ali Tundell decided to open a business selling bicycles. Anyway, well, that's the story, isn't it? People who made bicycles started making motorcycles by adding a motor to the bicycle. It's a 50cc. It's previously been registered in France. It looks fantastic and is available at no reserve. A Tenderlet Grand Lux. And it's an auto cycle, like I said. Yeah, pedal and pop. It's got the pedals there. You pedal it to get it going, and then it's off, and you can pedal a bit as much if you get to a hill and it can't quite manage. Oh! Le vélo Solex. Where have they put the motor? Right, so you've got a bicycle. So if you've got this like gap here, or a gap here, But no, monsieur, we put the engine here, over the front wheel. Crazy. Only the French would do that. It says description coming soon. It's not been registered. Pedal and pop. It was sold. Right, let me tell you something. I'm going to give you a bit of local knowledge here. The dealer who sold this French-made Veloselects was called Zamit. And I'm here to tell you that that is a Maltese name, because I know these things. So I'll do a little bit more investigation. Yeah, it's French. Zamit is definitely a Maltese name, but it was sold from a dealer in Aix-en-Provence. Spoken like a native, you're thinking. Yes, a native of Bury, Lancashire. I love them. It's no reserve. It's a Veloselects. It was a crazy idea, putting the engine over the front wheel like that. But it's got a squeaky horn. Come on, who doesn't love a squeaky horn? What the heck? He said, almost saying something else. What? Right. It's a derny, Fraser. A generic term for a small motorised bicycle. I thought this. I bet you worked it out as well. Do you know what they use these for? You would ride this if you were the big, comfortably upholstered middle-aged bloke, and the young cyclist, what you were training and coaching, would ride behind you, sucking in your exhaust fumes. It's called a derny, which used to pace cyclists events like 6-day races, with the name originating from Roger Durney and Sons, a company that built them from 1938. In France, the term has become generic for a small motorised bicycle. In Kerring races, I've seen that at the Olympics. Weren't we good at that? Like Chris Hoy and Bradley Wiggins and Chris Boardman and all them guys. The rider of a derny is known as the pacer and sits bolt upright, which reduces wind resistance for the cyclists that are following you. I have no idea why you would want this, other than as a talking point, or perhaps you've got a restaurant or a bar, like a French restaurant, which would be fantastic, and you could put it in there and people go, what the heck's that? And you could say, that is a derny. Can you guess what it was used for? And then, a talking point. Fantastic. 1,200, I don't know what it's doing here, but I'm glad it's here because I've never seen one before. Now I know what it is. I don't want it, but you might. And you can buy it this Friday. 1,200 to 1,750 is the estimate on the 1975 Burdin Derny Autocycle. What a thing. How does it end up here in Runcorn? Hey, what a story that bike has to tell. We may never know. VF500F Interceptor. Track prepared. Oof, I didn't think that that's what these bikes were all about. But it's not for me to tell people what to put out on the track. And I suppose back in the day, endurance racing and whatnot, club racing, we've got a lightweight V4. Good grief. Here's me blithering on. This bike has raced at the Isle of Man already. And the Northwest 200. Good grief. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's got race tyres on it. Brembo brake on the back. Looks like a recent addition. Yeah, so a race prepped VF 500F Interceptor from 1985. Wow, a 40-year-old bike, 40-year-old race bike with Isle of Man history. The Red Hand of Ulster. Road Racing Ireland 30th anniversary. This is a bike with a story. This is a bike with history. And it could be yours. No reserve in our sale this Friday. Yeah, I just got a new bike. Oh, what did you get? Got an old TT bike. Really? Yeah. Where did you get it? I bought it in the Manor Park sale. That could be you. Or maybe this floats your boat. I was trying to work out, I looked it up, whether these were banned in the UK. I don't think they were. I think we were still allowed to have them. The Americans, however, were forbidden from having them because they were too damn dangerous. Built for aggressive off-road use, this is a Honda ATC 110. Running, we would advise some recommissioning. And I would advise, if you buy it, be careful because they look like a lot of fun. And they are. But, as America found out, pretty tricky. You can't ride it like a solo and you can't ride it like a quad. You've got to ride it a specific way and then it'll be fine. But if you don't, it won't. But it looks so cuddly and cute, doesn't it? Yeah, a lot of fun, these. Look at those big mad tyres. Yeah, there's plenty of knobbles left on them, and it's just got the old pull start. And off you go. The ATC, all-terrain, what? 1,500 to 2 grand, 1984 Honda ATC 110. Woof. Why do I like these so much, Fraser? Why do you think? They look like the future, but if you had no money. If there was, well, maybe that is our future. Bit of politics, as Ben Elton used to say. Do you remember? Anyway, back to bikes. No, this is like the communist future, isn't it? So it's space age, but it's Sputnik instead of like Apollo. Yeah, that's not bad, is it? Restored at no expense. Look at that exhaust. It's just like a drain pipe. But I like it. People are thinking, oh, it's having a go. Look how simple that is. But there's something beautiful about it because that is echoed here. And then to hold the exhaust on, there's like a big, mad, heavy strut. And because they know that a lot of your journeys are going to be done two-up, the rear pillion passenger has got a much bigger saddle than you have as the rider. MZ. International 6 days World Trophy winners, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 69. That's not bad. I wonder who won in 68. It was probably Husqvarna or perhaps BSA. Tell me in the comments. Look it up on Wikipedia and then pretend that you just remembered, because that's what I have to do. I love that as well, the indicators there built into the end. There's something just so cool about it, isn't there? 1973. Historic road tax, MOT exempt, an older restoration. It's just had a new battery. They've always been changed. It's got a new plug. We've got the V5 and the old MOTs. The estimate is £3,000 to £3,500. The MZ ES250 2 Trophy. Love it, Kamrad. Tavarish. That's it. We're done. See you Friday. Register online to bid in our sale or come down. Come and see us in Runcorn. It's nice here.